Cause you too many problems during the day. You're going to sort it for her. Yes, morning. Welcome to day 3, I think, of this hearing session. My name is David Bouillier. To my right is Mr. Stuart West. We are reporters within Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, DPEA. We've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct this hearing and to report to them with a recommendation in respect of an application for planning permission for a golf course and ancillary development on land at Coul Links, north of Embo. For the benefit of anyone who hasn't been here earlier in the week, I'll explain very briefly what we'll be doing this morning. First, though, I'll ask the parties who will be speaking today to introduce themselves, starting with the applicant, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is James Findlay, King's Counsel. To my right sits Dr. McMullen, to my left Chris Haspel, and to his left Nicola Drummond.
Thank you. And for the Conservation Coalition?
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Louise Coburn. I'm an advocate at the Scottish Bar. You'll see there's quite a few people around. I won't name them for your purposes, for witnesses. To my right is Dr. Mark Young, and he's from Butterfly Conservation Scotland. To my left is Mr. Craig McCadden from Bucklife.
Thanks very much. And for Not Cool?
So, good morning. My name is John Campbell. I'm a King's Counsel at the Scottish Bar. I'm accompanied by my lineage junior, Mr. Simon Crabb, who sits to my right. Dr. Tom Dargy, who you've seen before, sits to my left. And we're also accompanied by Mr. Crabb's devil or trainee, Miss Gillian Simpson, who's sitting behind me, and Mr. Rob Zivitz, who's our manager.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Batten, were you speaking today? You're slightly semi-detached there.
Good morning. Yes, Peter Batten, Highland resident and participating in a personal capacity. I might possibly have a couple of minor points, in which case I'll wave, if that's all right.
Wave vigorously, I might not see you. Thanks. Okay, so quick update on the site visit. You may have got the message, I don't know, but I think I said Nature Scott wouldn't be coming to Skibo and Royal Dornoch. That was actually incorrect. Professor Angus won't be, but they'll be sending Mr. MacDonald. So hopefully that doesn't mess up your arrangement. No, isn't that good? So Mr. MacDonald will be coming to the other two places, then Professor Angus will be coming on site with us. I am getting some feedback. Is that better? No, it's still, no, it's not me. Is that any better? Yes, I think so. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I seem to have this effect on microphones. What I forgot to do yesterday, fire exit is over there, all the way you came in, or possibly through the door behind us, although I'm not sure if that works. So what we'll be doing this morning is a fairly informal roundtable discussion to an agenda previously circulated. I'll have some questions or points for discussion, to which I'd appreciate anyone's input. I might direct a certain question a certain way, but anyone's welcome to chip in from around the table. It might be there are other matters that you want to raise that fit within the general scope of the agenda. That's fine. You're quite welcome to ask questions through me. That's fine. I don't have all the best questions, that's for sure. Microphone use, in case anyone doesn't know, press the button on the bottom, it lights up, and then when you finish speaking, remember to press it again, otherwise the recording won't pick up the next speaker. And don't get too close and don't get too far away, and don't pick it up by the stalk or the break, as I often do. I'm told there's an event in the cafe around about lunchtime, but we've checked and nobody should worry about getting in to get some hot water or indeed to go to the toilet, which is handy. They're expecting us to wander back and forward, so that's totally fine. I know the applicant has very speedily provided 2 updates on matters that were raised in previous sessions. One was on golfer number calculations, and the other was on the question of whether the approaches to the par 3 greens were included in the 1.5 hectare habitat loss or habitat modification. So I think those documents are winging their way to people.
One has winged its way, the first one. The second one is the subject of the technological problems we're having. But if Drummond's computer isn't sorted by the mid-morning break, I will send out the relevant email so that you have it. But I've already informed Mr. Campbell of the same matter that I informed you of. I haven't spoken to the Conservation Coalition because the issue didn't involve them on Monday. But they will be included in the email in any event.
So I guess, Mr. Campbell in particular, I wasn't proposing to talk about that in the context of today. I was really hoping we could leave it to closing submissions if you want to respond to this updated information. If you can tell me that, yeah, thank you. Any other matters, Mr. Finlay, anything you need to raise other than that?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Something has been added to our case management system, but it can't be Ms. Drummond's document because it hasn't been sent yet. So the first, yes, so the first one may be up. Well, she says both documents, but it must be the first one plus something else because it can't be the second one if it hasn't gone. But Rebecca has uploaded something to the CMS.
She's helping us.
She's always helping, yeah. Ms. Coburn, anything from you to ask or update?
No, I'll catch up with Mr. Finlay in the break about matters because obviously if this relates to session 1A, it might be something that we would be interested in hearing about. So I'll pick up separately offline with Mr. Finlay.
Mr. Campbell, anything you want to raise? No? Okay.
No, thank you, not at the moment.
Mr. Batten? I assume no. Excellent. Okay, so the first item on the agenda, assessing the value of the site's invertebrate interest. One thing I need to explore is, probably no surprise, on the one hand, the adequacy of the applicant's investigation into the effects on invertebrates, and on the other, the reasonableness of objectives' expectations that more should have been done. All of that in the context of what Nature Scott's position is, but also what was said at the last inquiry by the reporters, albeit for a different proposal. So I wanted first to look at the scoping, the desk-based research on invertebrates that could be present on the site, and then go on to look at what site-based survey work has actually been done. I think the first question really for Dr. McMullen, there's a document called the Natural Heritage Information Desk Study in Volume 2 of the EIA report, which is done by Alba Ecology. Is that the same document that accompanied the previous proposal, as far as you know? I appreciate you weren't involved with invertebrates last time around, but as far as you know, this document is the same document that was featured last time around, is that right? You've not sought any other information sources, for example, Butterfly Conservation Scotland or Highland Biological Recording Group, to supplement that information. You rely on what was said last time. Food plant survey, we'll come to that in a minute, but that's correct, yeah, okay. Now, I think it was a Dr. Cosgrove that was acting for the applicant last time, but I think I'm right in saying it's Dr. Young and Mr. McCann, you were involved on this side of the table last time, is that correct? Yeah, excellent. So you might be able to help me on. I wanted just briefly at what happened last time to put into context the question of whether what's been done since then is sufficient or whether more needs to be done. So I'll probably, Mr. McMullen, you might be able to help me, but I suspect the questions are more directed in this way anyway, and you'll see why in a minute. I appreciate this is a very different proposal to last time, but for the sake of assessing the importance of invertebrates and the adequacy of the information about them, I do want to just explore what was said last time and what has changed, if anything, since then. I know, Dr. Young, you were critical of the applicant's approach to the species that was scoped out of assessment last time. You thought it was too narrow. At that time, I think the applicant's response is, well, we we relied on SNH, now Nature Scott's input. In fact, I think they said they actually went beyond what at that time SNH advised, to which your response, I think, Dr. Young, was, well, SNH, when it offered its scoping opinion last time round, wasn't aware of all the species of conservation concern, and obviously that was discussed at great length at the last inquiry, and the reporters agreed with you, I think, that on this side of the table, that Mr. McAdam, that more could have been done or should have been done at that time. But obviously that was then. We're now moved on. New proposal came in. The Council, in its scoping opinion, which it issued obviously in the knowledge of what happened last time, appears still to have focused in on Fonseca's seed flyer and it required no other invertebrate investigation. Is that fair this time around?
I'm going to allow Dr. McAdam to start, if that's acceptable.
Mr. McAdam, yes, last time a death study was produced, which listed records, observations from the site. At the previous inquiry, we tabled a report that had been produced by the Highland Biological Recording Group. That's my reference CM23. It detailed further records that were available for the site that hadn't been sourced. Dr. Young will also explain the deficiencies with regard to Lepidoptera in that report. The death study clearly indicates that there's an important invertebrate assemblage there. It lists for the non-Lepidoptera species 24 species of conservation concern, including 7 Scottish Biodiversity List species. I think we are in broad agreement with Dr. Macmillan, who in his hearing statement in paragraph 204 explains that the insect assemblage of cool links could be of national importance, and elements are also likely of international importance, and that's why we think that it should have been assessed through this process.
But it's fair to say the Council didn't, despite what was said last time around, the Council didn't seek to scope in anything other than Fonseca's seed fly this time around.
No, I would disagree with that. I think that, in their scoping response, section 3.21, they state in relation to ecology, an EIAR chapter covering ecology, habitats and ornithology will be required. This must provide a baseline survey of birds and animals, mammals, reptiles, amphibians, etc. And I would take invertebrates in that, etc. They are animals. Interest on site. It needs to categorically be established which species are present on site and where before a future application is submitted. I don't believe that has been done for invertebrates.
Okay. There is a separate, the preceding paragraph is under the heading invertebrates, 320, and that only talks about Fonseca's seed fly. I appreciate, and I appreciate your interpretation of etc. And I'm not saying you're wrong there. I need to think about that. But they for whatever reason, they put invertebrates under a separate subheading and only referred to Fonseca's seed fly. You accept that?
I accept that they've picked out Fonseca's seed fly as one particular important element of the invertebrate assemblage.
Did the Council seek yours or Fly Conservation Scotland's input at the scoping stage before they issued their scoping opinion?
No.
Would you say that's contrary to good practice?
They certainly had our information from the previous inquiry, so they knew what our views were on the invertebrate assemblage and how important it was at Cool Links. I would have expected some contact from them if they needed clarification.
No, maybe I can't find it, or maybe it's not on the file, but I can't seem to see what Nature Scott had to say at the scoping stage. I had something from SEPA, but I can't seem to find Nature Scott's. I don't think it matters, unless anyone can point me to it, because we know what Scott then said in its objection to the application, which again only referred to Fonseca's seed fly, so it's probably safe to assume that it didn't ask for other species to be scoped into the invertebrate assessment. Is that a fair assumption?
That's a fair assumption, yeah.
So unlike last time, where perhaps their lack of concern about other species was due to not having had the full picture of what you say is their importance, this time around that can't be the reason, because they had the benefit of the previous inquiry. They just simply disagree with you. Is that fair?
They definitely had the information. I'm surprised that they didn't decide to get more information, considering the reporter's comments from the previous application and the presence of those Scottish biodiversity list species on the site. As you will be aware, Scottish biodiversity species are the species, the animals, plants and habitats that Scottish ministers consider to be of principal importance for biodiversity conservation in Scotland.
Thank you. No, that's all helpful, just to get my head straight as to where things have got up to. Before I go into what was done on site, or has been done on site, Dr. Mullen, did you have anything to say on that? That's your understanding of the respective positions, is it?
We did have some difficulty with the Highland Biological Records Centre data, because that had been used for the previous application, but at the last inquiry they did point out that their data was not to be relied upon, so that rather undermined our use of that. But but no further comments now.
Say not to be relied on. Who said that? They themselves?
Yes, they themselves.
Did anyone on this side, did you have a comment on that, Highland Biological?
I don't recall it being undermined in any way by the inquiry last time.
Can we turn to site survey work? Dr. McMullen, setting aside the food plant survey, which we'll come to, there was a survey for Fonseca's seed fly in 2016. Nothing since then, is that? No. No service at all for any other invertebrates? No. We talked about the shelf life, I think that was your phrase actually, of reports. You know what I'm going to say, it's 8 years old. How can we rely on a survey that's 8 years old?
Yeah, it is slightly difficult. But that's the nature of a lot of biological records data, for example, like a lot of the biological records for insects that we have for the sites, you know, they go back decades into the 60s and 70s. It's just unfortunate. It's a reflection of most groups. There's often very limited, there's a limited number of specialists in these groups. We did consult with a number of entomologists, but they were obviously a wee bit reluctant to engage with us, so, you know, we were left somewhat isolated in that respect.
Sir, I wonder if through you I might ask a question of Dr. McMullen. You mentioned that you consulted with a number of entomologists. Could you say who they were? Because obviously you haven't consulted with the groups on either side of me.
No, that's fine. It was a local chap who comes up here quite a lot to use butterflies. I don't really like putting people in the spot. Didn't choose anyone here. Well, did write to one lichenologist from the other side, but again, they never responded to us, so it just felt fairly pointless sort of contacting, since, given the history. So, yeah, that's where we ended up, where we did.
So just a point of clarification, could I just be clear? Are you suggesting that either of the groups on either side of me didn't reply to your letter, or it's somebody else who didn't reply to your letter?
There's nobody sitting next to you who didn't respond.
I'm asking specifically about the organisations, so BugLife or Butterfly Conservation Scotland. Did you contact either of them and they didn't respond, or was it some other organisation?
It was other organisations, and more particularly individuals.
Coul was very struck by the reporter's report from the 2019 inquiry, and I noticed a disparity between the importance which was attached to invertebrates and then the lack of importance which was attached to dune grassland. In 2022, in June, I walked through some tall grassland, MGH, very ordinary habitat, and every pace that I took, I was sending up something of the order of 10 to 20 small moths. Every pace for 100 metres. I suddenly found, I recalled a quotation from Bug Life at the inquiry that insects are the oil in the ecological engine. And at that stage, I thought that NA-270-010-Coul really ought to look more carefully at this. And therefore, I asked Caledonian Conservation if they would do an entomological survey. They said they could provide that capacity, but they said they needed the permission of the landowner to actually take their sampling equipment onto site and to collect samples. So I contacted Mr. Edward Abel-Smith, and he declined to give a condition and said that we have enough survey information. Later,
point out that the survey is lodged now.
Yes, later we undertook what's called an initial invertebrate assessment, and this is the basis that was lodged in our 2022 application, 2023 objection, and I used that as part of my interpretation. That survey which was produced was done in November. It was a site walkover which didn't involve any collection of samples, and it shows the links between habitats and the invertebrate assemblage. So that's our approach to it. Thank you.
Can I come in there? Just to come back on that, and also to come back on something about NatureScot. NatureScot, in their objection letter, quite clearly highlight why invertebrates are important. They say in paragraph 5.2 that though Lockfleet triplesi is not directly protected for its invertebrate features, invertebrates are an integral component of any ecosystem and are of critical importance to ecosystem function. I agree with that. I agree that they are an integral part of that sand dune system. As Mr. Darji has said, Dr. Darji has said, they are the oil in the ecological system, and I would have expected them to be properly considered in the EIR. What was the other question? On the assessment that has been done for forward coolings by Dr. Catron, that's a typical survey that we would do. The typical approach to organising a survey is to first, gather all the information that's available on the site. So that's effectively what the death study does. It brings together all the invertebrate records so you can see what's been recorded there in the past. You would then go out onto site, do an initial assessment where you walk over the site. It might take a day, day and a half. On a site like this, it might take 2 days. Walk over the site, identify the features that are of importance to invertebrates. You would then, from those features, be able to, and that death study, be able to identify which invertebrate groups are important on the site. And then from that, you can then decide which methods you need to use to survey those groups. So, for instance, for spiders and ground beetles, you may use pitfall trapping, little beakers in the soil that things fall into. For butterflies, you may use transect walks, so set walks through where you count the number of butterflies present. Moths, you may use light trapping. Each of those methods have well referenced sort of methodologies. I've listed several of those references in my paper, CM2, CM6 and CM16. probably going to have to do a survey over the whole year because those species aren't active at the same time. So you'll have multiple visits to the site over multiple, over a year and sometimes over 2 years. You are using the methods at different times of the year for the different species, and you get a lot of information back, identification, and then you can then assess what's happening on the site, what's present on the site, and where they're present.
So if I Right, that's working perfectly. This is the one I had before, is it not?
Yeah, just check and see if changing the stem.
Okay. Well, this is working now. So if I were a prospective developer, do you think there would be any difficulty in me picking up the phone to an entomology consultant and saying, this is what I need doing, I need a survey? Any reason why that couldn't happen?
Not at all. There's a number of entomological contractors, consultancies in Scotland and across the UK that can do this. NA-270-010-Coul have used Caledonian Conservation. They're one that could do this quite easily.
So the applicant could have done that quite, you said he made inquiries of local people maybe to see if they could help. He could simply have brought in some advice from a specialist consultancy, but he didn't. That's fair, is it?
Yeah, that's fair up to a point. I'm just probably not the best person since I'm part of the paid help myself, to be honest. But yeah, that would be possible, obviously, just because of the, all things are possible ultimately, but we did find difficulty, just obviously people are somewhat opposed to the course, so it wasn't always, it hasn't been easy.
Now, I think you'd agree with what Mr. McAdam said about your statement says, or your report says, insect assemblage at Cool Links could be of national importance, elements also likely to be international importance. You don't disagree with that? I think you said it.
No, not at all. Fully support that statement.
In that context, the Environmental Impact Assessment Handbook states, when gathering baseline information, the level of information should be proportionate to the project and the importance of potential receptors. Against that background, do you really think that ministers have sufficient information on the potential effects on those important, some of them internationally important receptors, when all we have is your food pump survey, which we'll come to in a minute, and an 8-year-old survey of the seed fly? Do you really think that's sufficient?
Well, yes and no. The thing is that we've tried to very much take an ecological approach, and that sort of stems from, what's happened really since the sort of late 20th century to today. There is a lot of value in having an inventory and a catalogue of the species that are there. But the thing is that it's very hard to be complete. Everything's always just going to be a snapshot, and everything now is changing greatly. If you accept climate change and nutrient deposition and the other sort of impacts that we're going through just now. So that is more the approach that we've tried to take, because focusing purely on records doesn't give you any indication of where things are going, what's happening and so on. It is just that snapshot. Whereas by stepping back and taking more of an ecological approach, you can start to see trajectories of change, and you can understand and start to predict what's going to happen to the invertebrate assemblage as larger and taller plants displace the native plants. You can just say, well, the native invertebrates are going to go. You don't need a huge big list to tick off each species that's likely to be lost as these changes occur. Because the ecology is really much more important. If you have it's the interactions between the species that are ultimately important as much as the species themselves, and that's been the big conceptual change over the last 50 years. If you have 10 species, for example, the number of interconnections between them is 45. If you have 50 species, the number of interconnections between them is 1,200. If you've got 100 species, the number of interconnections between them is 4,950. And it's from that increasing complexity of interaction that we start to see what's called the emergent properties of complex systems. And that's very much where ecology has sort of focused. And it's also another thing that's arisen I'll put that aside just now. The other difficulty is with invertebrates and other small groups is, just as I've mentioned already, trying to survey them. So that's why there's quite a rich literature now of surveying, for example, vascular plant diversity, because that's an exceedingly good proxy for the diversity of other things, because those plants provide the structure and the resources. So we've very much tried to take more of a habitat-focused approach, and it's just simply pragmatism as well, as C4C have already outlined. They do have limited funds, and those sorts of pragmatic decisions have had to be taken. Obviously, the ideal would be the ideal, but pragmatism needs to have its way as well. So, in a sense, our approach is an ecological one, and we're less concerned with well, we're not less concerned, but we appreciate the nuts and bolts are important, but we're just as concerned with some of the common widespread species that are being lost from the dunes, as well as the more rare ones, which is perhaps why we haven't focused so much on species as some of the other organisations involved in this process have.
Would you accept that ministers may feel they have to give priorities to some of those rarer species, and if they don't know where they are, or if they're there even, that makes it more difficult?
Yes, absolutely, I would accept that. But I think, again, it's why I think we need to keep coming back to what's actually happening in an ecological sense. The dune system is a system, it isn't just a collection of things. So in a sense, it's a bit like, if you take a car off into its pieces, you've just got a load of nuts and bolts and bits and bobs. It's the interactions between things that drive the actual system. So I think the systematic approach that we have tried to take, it's the sort of contemporary sort of approach to, ecological matters, really.
Sir, I wonder if I might come back on a point that Dr. McMullen made earlier. I have noted that my typing skills are not perfect, so I would invite you, sirs, to look at your notes and at the recording to make sure that the wording is quite right, that it is about the reliance that was to be placed on the data from the Highland Biodiversity Group. Could I draw your attention, please, to paragraph 7.102 of the reporter's report from last time, which is within the reporter's conclusions on invertebrates. And for sake of the record, I'll just read it to you. It says, however, the review by the Highland Biological Recording Group, brackets, using records on the National Biodiversity Network Atlas, brackets, found 109 non-Lepidoptera species in the study area, in addition to the 301 identified in the applicant's desk study, which is the same study, obviously, as we're looking at here. Of the combined total of 410 species, 24 are listed as species of conservation concern, 8 are of national importance, and 7 are on the Scottish Biodiversity List. So it would appear from that, following as it does within the reporter's conclusions, that the reporters relied on that data, and that's the only point that I would like to make in respect of what Dr. McMullen said about the reliance on that data. Thank you.
Please, may I make a comment as well? First of all, I do know Dr. McMullen. We've met on field trips on a number of occasions. I would never have refused to provide information to him about this, and I think he knew that I was concerned with Coul. And that applies to Butterfly Conservation Scotland, who are the keeper of the overall list of Lepidoptera in Scotland. So I'm afraid, if I'm allowed to say it, I'm disappointed that I wasn't asked. But I want to particularly move on to talk about the ecological approach, if I may, which is a response to Dr. McMullen as well. May I introduce you to the appendices in my hearing statement, please, because this makes the point that I want to make. So I have a hearing statement which has got a number of appendices, and when I think you have got them on your screen, nod at me and I will take you through them.
No, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm in your hands entirely.
Gives me some time to get my document up as well, so please.
I have them in my hand. I'm not relying on a computer.
Thank you, Dr. Young. I've got it open now, thanks.
Right. Well, I wanted to just show you what was in our appendices, because I think they answer some of Dr. McMullen's criticisms there of what might be assumed to be our approach. But it does start with, leave aside Appendix 1, which was about me. Appendix 2 is the list of the Lepidoptera that we hold for Coul links. Now, we have used data from the National Moth Recording Scheme, which is publicly available, and from the National Biodiversity Network, which is publicly available. And we have, at present, 278 species recorded, which is considerably more than the applicants, but it is publicly available. But I absolutely take Dr. McMullen's view that a list of species on its own is merely a weight of evidence rather than anything more important. And so what we have done then, Appendix 3 sets out the status of the notable Lepidoptera. So we've looked into that list, and because we have to, because the Scottish ministers want us to assess the importance. Sorry?
No, it's fine. There was some.
Did you think the microphone was missing?
Was
Sorry, was there a problem with the microphone? No. So Appendix 3 sets out the notable Lepidoptera and sets out their status, and you will see there their GB status and their Scottish status. So that is burrowing into the list to see what the status is. And then Appendix 4, I hope will be helpful to you. For certain species, the ones that you can readily survey, mainly butterflies, but some larger moths, but maybe not the smaller moths, you will see that we have set those out. And then if we can, we've set out percentage population changes and the habitat and food plant preferences of them. So we're beginning to burrow into the ecological data associated with those, and worryingly, of course, many of them are declining, as you will probably know in a general sense. We then move on to Appendix 5, and we've taken the most significant, the 7 most significant that appear on your agenda. And I'm going to come back to this, so I'd be grateful if you would keep that on your screen, as it were. And in these, of course, what we do very specifically is to discuss the ecology of these species. That's the whole point of this. So we talk about their habitat preferences and their ecology, as well as their distribution and their status. And I'm going to go through that in some detail in the agenda, so I don't want to do that now. Then if we look at Appendix 6, I'm sorry if this is a long list, but I hope it's relevant. This table summarizes our assessment of the potential impacts of the proposed development. It includes, at the final column, potential impacts. I'm going to refer later on to Ellenberg values, so at the moment just live with those and I'll come back to them. And for the 7 most important species, it sets out quite a lot of information about that sort of thing. Appendix 7 sets out, and I hope this is helpful to you, the elements of the dune vegetation that are associated with the different species that we've been talking about, so that you can make some sense of that. And then I'm going to skip the Appendix 8 at the moment, which is to do with Ellenberg values. Appendix 9 sets out the larval food plants I've said some of the notable Lepidoptera. We have in this list 53 food plants. Had we used all of the Lepidoptera, it would have gone on forever. But you can see the names there, the associated species, and the Ellenberg values, which I'll come back to. So we have very much taken an ecological approach, and I hope I can say this, and that Dr. McMullen will accept it. These data would have been available if this was wanted. So that is where we have got to, and I'm going to come back and refer to various bits of this as time goes on. But I hope that answers your first approach, and I would like to come back, obviously, to other things about this in a moment or two.
You want to come back on that?
Yeah, no, as Dr. Mark Young makes very clear, we've gone through lots of lists, and he's apologised for it for taking quite some time, and we've ended up in Appendix 7, for example, identifying that there are species of the semi-fixed dunes, the dune grassland, the dune heath, and the dune slacks. But the ecological approach would actually seek to understand less about what the species requirements are in generating lists, but looking at the habitats instead. Ecology actually is derived from the Greek for house, so it's concerned more with the environment than with the species. And I've already spoken about those interactions, and as I sometimes put it, ecology is less concerned with species and more about the spaces between the species where they interact with each other and also with their environment. So although we have these long lists, we can still look at those habitats, as we will do on Friday, and understand that they're failing or changing. I would rather say changing rather than failing. But obviously that change just means that those habitats are then unsuitable for all of those species. And I would suggest, and I appreciate Dr. Young producing all this work, but the applicant accepts that there are nationally and potentially internationally important species on the site. So what we are concerned to do is to conserve and protect and to enhance the habitats of those species, and that allows us to protect the full species assemblage, those that are known about, those that aren't known about, those that are important, and also those that are mundane that do often get forgotten about. I totally understand the excitement for rare and unusual species, but it is the mundane species that are also important. They provide most of our ecosystem services. So that's what I mean more about the ecological approach. It's understanding and addressing the ecology of the dunes rather than being concerned with lists and information about species. Because ultimately the species approach runs you into real problems. Sometimes the first time I came across it was when I was working at Roud Sea Mosses and Woods in Northern England as a PhD student. And the site manager there had to manage the woodlands for a mouse, a plant and a bird. And as he said, he ended up in this absolutely ridiculous situation where he artificially had to divide. He wanted to manage the woodland, but he had to artificially divide it into 3 for each of the different species because their ecologies clashed with each other. And you can imagine, if you multiply that by another 100 or so, you end up with just really big, complex, horrible matrices, and you have to decide which species you're going to favour, which ones you aren't. And in fact, working at Peatlands Park, we ended up ramping out marsh club moss, which is a rare species, because it was felt the habitat was more important than the species. So the decision was made to just go ahead and flood, and that site for that plant was lost. So I think there's a continued sort of, I think there's a continued a lot of this stuff harks back to the sort of Victorian era and this cataloguing and so on, and I think we do just need to make that jump to understanding things in terms of their ecology and also in terms of these contemporary environmental impacts, climate change and nutrient deposition. I think nutrient deposition got one mention across the invertebrate hearing statements, and climate change got mentioned a few more times. So that's what I mean by an ecological approach. It's understanding the ecology, the contemporary pressures on our environment, rather than generating long lists of species with large amounts of data that ultimately results in considerable frustration and difficulty in its management. rather than looking at the habitats and understanding the ecology and trying to maintain the home, the ecology of the insects, rather than just focusing on each and every species?
Yes. Well, I've been a professional ecologist for 50 years. I thought I had made it clear when I went through this that I'm going to deal with the ecological approach, and we will certainly come back to that. So, yes, of course, the ecological approach is vitally important. Insects interact with plants, with birds, with spiders, with Lord knows what else, as well as the natural dynamics of the dune system. I'm well aware of that, and we will discuss these things as we go on. But I feel, nevertheless, that we have made a start, let's say, to identifying the species present, the important ones, and then something about their ecology. And I'm looking forward to coming back and talking about that with these species.
Okay, so I want to go on to the food plant survey. I think I'm right from what you just said, Dr. McMullen. This reflects the approach you were just talking about, your use of the food plant survey to sort of look at habitats rather than individual invertebrate species. I think it focused on 3 food plants: bird's foot, trefoil, common rock rose, kidney vetch. But it says, in addition, observations on other food plants were derived from the NVC survey to provide additional background on the general potential of cool links for butterflies and moths. Just explain what that means. I haven't got the paragraph number recorded, I'm afraid, but it focuses on bird's foot, trefoil, common rock rose and kidney vetch. That was your main focus, but there's a quote, in addition, observations on other food plants were derived from the NVC survey, which we talked about on Monday, to provide additional background on the general potential for cool links for butterflies and moths. What I was getting at is you focus on 3, or you pay most attention to the 3 food plants, and I'm interested in how much attention you pay to other food plants that might benefit species other than those identified by Nature Scott or the Council as the ones you should focus on, which those on this side of the table may think was too narrow a focus. I just wonder how much attention you pay to other food plants. If there is a material or a significant difference in food plant requirements, looking at Dr. Young's list, it seems there's all sorts of food plants for all sorts of different species, some obviously more specialised than others, but to what extent did you look beyond these 3? And can you help me out with what's meant by observations derived from the NVC survey to provide additional background? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's just the Highland Council asked us specifically look for bird's foot trefoil, common rock rose and kidney vetch, and it's just while you're out there, just as an ecologist, I just like to pick up anything additional that might be useful or if is of note. If it's something I can produce quickly and easily, I'll just produce it. So that's why I just saw the opportunity to add in that extra little section, just some general observations. It was above and beyond what we were asked to do, so it was just a bit of an afterthought, really.
I don't want to be cheeky because you're far more qualified than I, but are you qualified to know? I appreciate you're expert in the botany side of things, but to know that's a potential food plant of species X, which might be present on the site. You're confident that you've got that skill to be able to do that?
Yeah, well, I can identify the plant and. That's all I really need to do. And I would just say, I don't advertise it much, but I actually undertake quite a lot of entomology, and more especially microinvertebrates. I'm quite a keen microscopist, and the main reason for my wildflower garden, for example, at home is so I can go out and enjoy the moths and butterflies and bees and hoverflies. So I'm certainly not a professional, but I'm not completely hopeless either.
So the food plant survey, are you content with its scope and what it looked for and what it might also have observed while it was on site looking for the 3 in particular?
I do understand that this was what was asked in that very specific case, but if you go back to your earlier suggestions that what we actually need, what the applicants really need, is more general information about the invertebrates that are present and the potential concerns with those. I'm sorry to say that I found this a very limited report, and you will see in my hearing statement from 4.420 onwards. For until until 4:35, so for quite a long way. I do make some criticisms of this, and I'd like to repeat those, but just briefly, if I may here, please, because, and I very much appreciate that Dr. McMullen has said that he is an expert botanist. I'm not an expert botanist, and that's fine, but, and I'm glad he has an interest in invertebrates, but I am obviously an expert on invertebrates, so here is my take on things. First of all, if we return to what Mr. McAdam said earlier on, this was undertaken on one day at the end of August. And actually, in the Sand Dune Management Handbook, it sets out when invertebrate surveys should be carried out, and they prefer up until July, but not August. But maybe that was the date that was available, but it limits what you can achieve. It was one day there, therefore, and a late date. Only 3 food plants were recorded. As you have very sensibly suggested, there perhaps should be more, and I can talk about those as we go through the 7 individual species that we got to. But I would like to say, and this is an ecological point, that it's not just the presence of a food plant that is important, it's the structure of the food plant to the invertebrate, the microhabitat within which it is, the microclimate. I'm going to refer later on to rock rose, which is used when it is a large apparent plant well above what would be the mown limit of a fairway, as you might imagine. And so I was a little disappointed that there wasn't some attempt to understand the sort of structure but maybe you couldn't do it in a day, of the food plants along there. Also, as you will realise, this was a survey carried out along the course footprint, and that is really helpful. I do understand that. That is really helpful. It allows us to identify whether there are any immediate direct habitat loss. But of course, as many people have said already, the habitat the course footprint is a small part of Coul altogether, and it's the generalism of what's at Coul that's important. There are many habitats that are not covered by this particular survey, but it was only a day and there's a limit to what you can do. However, we do feel it's deficient in that respect, as you might so. I was very pleased that there was an attempt in Table 2 to list food plants for some, that's on page 6, and Dr. McMullen has got Table 2 larval food plants as specified butterflies. I was very pleased to see that. Many of these are not the focused, most important species, and I'm sorry to say that some of them don't occur at Coul, but nevertheless there was an attempt to identify those. We, of course, looked at 53 different food plants, and this is a rather shorter list. But nevertheless, that was a good attempt. I'm sorry, that sounds patronising. That isn't what I intended. I do welcome that list. But my understanding, finally, was a little devalued because there are quite a lot of places in this report where I'm afraid Dr. McMullen has talked about things that just don't exist as butterflies and moths. The species don't exist, or taken at a slightly different level, they don't occur at Coul, and never have occurred at Coul. I don't want to overstate this, but just sort of make something of a point. The cryptic wood white is mentioned. That occurs in Northern Ireland and just down into Eire. It's got nothing whatsoever to do with here. The large heath butterfly, which is in this general area, needs bog cotton bogs and doesn't, its food plant, its habitat rather, is not at Coul. The pearl-bordered fritillary is not, although 2 other species of fritillary are. So I'm afraid I was rather anxious that the report included errors, and I hoped that wasn't the representation, if you see what I mean, of the rest of the report where these errors appeared. Now, I don't want to overstate all this because this, I say in my hearing statement, this is set out in some detail. So, yes, nice to have. I was glad to see Table 2. It provides direct evidence of species that might, habitats that might be lost in the course footprint. But I'm afraid, because of the limitations which I've just outlined, it doesn't make a significant contribution to the ecological understanding of the invertebrate or the Lepidoptera present at Coul.
In respect of the parts of the site that won't be within the footprint of the course, is your concern about fragmentation effects, I assume?
I'm so sorry, I didn't have the microphone on. No, absolutely. May I return to that when we talk about specific species and also section whatever it is that, that you have one specifically to do with fragmentation. So may I do that?
Did you want to come back on any of that, Dr. McMullen?
Yeah, like, as I say, the 34 plants listed in Table 2, as I say in Section 3.8 of my report, the 34 plants listed in the table support the following 23 butterfly species. That's as far as I said. I understand I'm not a lepidopterist, so I didn't then go on to claim that any of those particular species were present at Coul links. I would also just say, you know, I think all this cataloguing does provide a fixed view, and again I would just reiterate that, you know, we're living in a time of great environmental change. Species are moving around, so I don't think we should be holding such a fixed view, and again that's why we approach on the ecology. It's well worthwhile focusing on what's there, but what's going to be there in the future? We're starting to see an awful lot of north-south movement, for example, of species. And again, that sort of reinforces why we need to take the habitat or ecological centred approach, because as well as worrying about the species that are there that we might lose to climate change, nutrient deposition or whatever, there will be other species moving in as well. So just to make the point, you know, it isn't a fixed landscape, it's a complex system, and we're trying to accommodate not just the changes that have gone on in the past, those associated with the course, but also those into the future, so the course can, or the links can still remain a viable habitat for any butterflies that get blown in from other regions, although that's difficult in Scotland. And I could talk a lot more about that, but I'll put it aside just for now.
I come in on this particular issue of Dr. McMullen's report on food plants. NA-270-010-Coul responded to this with a document which was never posted on the Highland Council website. As a courtesy, we sent it to the applicant, and we found that the applicant did a full rebuttal of what we put on the site. So the general public is unaware of what NA-270-010-Coul said. Now, we have resubmitted it to examination, and that's NA-270-010-Coul E095. And within that, I make the point that Dr. McMullen refers to two plant species which are not present, to my knowledge, at Coul links. That's black medic and hairy rockcress. In addition, I looked quite carefully at his location information, where these food plants were found, and of his total, I considered only 5 to be accurate, and many were quite misleading. That was our position as set out. Thank you.
We talked on Monday about disagreements as to those sort of issues. Do you want to say any more about that now in response to that?
No, they were just species that picked up during the core. They're the general species that have picked up. Yeah, we can sit and argue about IDs forever, but yeah, I'm happy to leave it for now.
Can I just ask, Dr. McMullen, the food plant survey surveyed the greens, the tees, the fairways, and I think it said a 5 to 10 metre buffer. Does that mean Or does that cover all of the managed, what become the managed rough? Do you, yes? Yes. Okay, that's good. Do you accept the criticism that however well you've looked at the food plants, if you haven't analysed the habitats that would be needed by the adult stages of the invertebrates, you haven't got the complete picture? Is that fair?
Well, yes and no. As I say, we're adopting a more of an ecological approach. We would just assume that all habitats or niches within all habitats are probably close to being full, and we would like to maintain them in that condition. So, you know, we could break all that down into a lot of detail and give lists of species that might be using certain plants and so on, but, you know, it would really just support our position that we do accept that the site is nationally important, at least for invertebrates, and that the habitats are important, and it's the habitats we want to protect and to conserve. So, as I say, that's why we're taking the habitat stroke ecological approach to this rather than focusing on each individual species.
But if you're not looking at the habitats that are used by the adult stages, which I understand could be very different to, or away from, physically, from where the food plants are you only looking at half the picture? You might be preserving or keeping away from important food plant locations while at the same time messing up the locations that are required by the adult phase of Lepidoptera or whatever it is. You haven't looked at that, so how can you be sure that the overall habitat for that species is being preserved?
Because we're not extirpating anything on the dunes. You know, there does seem to be a bit of catastrophism sometimes. I got the concern towards our approach to Burnet Rose, for example. You know, we're not going out to destroy Burnet Rose completely across the dunes. The intention is really just to manage it, to try and you know, I mentioned alpha, beta and gamma diversity the other day. The problem is that you start losing your beta diversity, the evenness, because one or two species starts to dominate. So in a sense, you could almost call it a refereeing role. We're trying to maintain the full range of habitats that's present on the dunes, to conserve all the species present on the dunes, be they rare, be they butterflies, be they wood slaters, plants, whatever. So because we're not extirpating anything, we don't particularly have that sort of a concern. What we're trying to do is reduce the spread of invasives and maintain the extent of native habitats for native species.
Just to say that I appreciated that question of yours, and Dr. McMullen has answered it, obviously, but it's exactly the sort of thing that I will be coming back to in the species consideration in a moment or two. So are you content that I deal with it then rather than answering him directly now? Thank you.
We are coming on to that, I think, now. I had on my agenda to ask Mr. Catherine to talk about his work on invertebrate surveys. Obviously, Mr. Campbell told me he wouldn't be here today. So, does anyone want, before we move on, does anyone have anything particular they want to say on the value of Mr. Catherine's work?
Yeah, I appreciate that, sir. I'm aware that Mr. McAdam, sir, I think he used to work with Mr. Catherine, so I think Mr. McAdam would probably be best placed in this side of the room to address it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The invertebrate assessment, as I explained earlier on, the invertebrate assessment that Mr. Catherine's done is a key part of assessing or understanding what surveys are required on the site. What Mr. Catherine has done is he's taken he's undertaken a site visit. He's identified features that are of importance for invertebrates, and that could include food plants, stands of food plants. It could involve bare earth that's important, or any woody debris around about where the plantation used to be. You know, they might be important. And so all the different stages. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. All the different stages of those invertebrates, what their requirements are. He's then gone on to identify what the potentially what the important invertebrate groups are. Get my paper. And he concludes that cool links provide suitable conditions for a wide range of invertebrates, including rare and scarce species. And he notes particularly Coleoptera, beetles, Hymenoptera, which are sawflies, bees, wasps and ants, Hemiptera, which are true bugs, Diptera, which are flies, mollusks, which are snails and slugs, and Arania, which is the spiders and harvestmen. So in that sense, he would then, the next step would be to take those recommendations and identify what methods you would use to then assess what those species were doing. One of the steps that that's paragraph 4.3 in his site assessment, which is NCE 153. Yeah. One of the steps that I didn't list is when you're actually producing your report, and you do an assessment, and we have some useful tools which go some way to addressing the ecological approach that was mentioned earlier on. I'll just get the reference for the paper, if I can find it. So it's CM. Just check. CM15 details a system called Pantheon, which was developed by Natural England and a number of other people, entomologists from around the country. It brings together all the traits, the food plants, the very micro resources that these species require, like damp wood or damp moss, dry heathland, and so on. So it really gives a lot of detail about what is important for those species. Once you've got a species list, you can paste it in there and it will tell you what the important features on the site that should be retained to maintain the invertebrate population, the invertebrate assemblage on there. That's the next that's the step after you've done a survey. We need to know where those species are so that we can identify the particular parts of the site that are important for those species. So that's the reason that we do species lists and inventories. It gives us the detail that we need to know how the management actions that are going to be undertaken, the construction effects, are going to impact upon those species.
Is it fair to say that from this side of the table, and I'm including Lepidoptera as well, we know from records of surveys that have been carried out locally over many years the species that are potentially on site. In the absence of actual site surveys, we don't know what's actually there. I'm just wondering how much weight ministers should place on the potential the site has to accommodate your significant 7 and your 8 and the wider 24. How much weight can we give to that potential in the absence of any detailed actual site survey work?
It's the best information we've got. It's our starting point. Without a full invertebrate survey based on an assessment like this, we can't have any other guidance to go on. So it's unusual for a site to have so many notable species on it. I think Mr. Catron, I can't remember the reference, but Mr. Catron mentions it in his assessment that it is unusual, particularly since there have been no full surveys or targeted surveys apart from the Fonseca seed fly survey. So I think that using it's a standard way that we do this sort of thing. We will look at what's been there before, then target surveys to see if they're still present or what their extent is on the site.
I think Dr. Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand the approach that they're taking and the insights that it provides, but ultimately I would say that, we certainly wouldn't dispute that it's an important site for invertebrates, but, again, it just reinforces, the urgency and the need to actually manage the site appropriately to maintain those species on the site, if the habitats for all these butterfly and other insect species is being lost under trees or gorse or rosebay willowherb or bracken or burnet rose, then, the species simply aren't there. And I would contend too that if the species-centred approach actually worked, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're currently in today in Scotland. And as I mentioned the other day, I often look across at the Dutch who've really had their noses rubbed in it. They started restoring their peatlands back in the mid-1970s, then they moved across to Ireland, invaded Ireland, fixed up their peat bogs, gave them back to the Irish, and then that takes us broadly into the 90s, whenever other projects, and then finally in Scotland we have Peatland Action in around 2012. A particularly key area of my work recently has been trying to increase connectivity through the south of Scotland, because Scotland, if you look at it in relation to the habitats and Sitka forests and Central Belt, it's very much actually an island. So, I've been working down with one of the larger forestry companies, Bidwells, to look at how we can build resources into those plantations, for example, that would allow greater permeability to insects moving north. If you imagine an insect moving out of northern England, it has to survive thousands of hectares of Sitka plantation with no nectar. It's a very cold habitat as well, so it might just get chilled and never make it out the other side. And then if it does make it out the other side, it's straight into the Central Belt, where everything goes west-east, where it might be trying to go north-south. And of course, high-speed cars, high-speed trains, and things like that, maybe some gardens to give it a bit of respite. So this is why I think this ecological approach is really, really important. It helps you understand not just your list and catalogue of your species, but how they actually relate out to the wider environment. And interestingly, we're even starting to see a bit of a move away from the obsession over species that we've had since the Victorian era. For example, in environmental studies, we now start to see environmental DNA being used an awful lot more as a proxy for the biodiversity of an area. And that's partly pragmatic, because there simply aren't enough experts. I think it was JNCC published a report about 20 years ago that looked at the demographics of taxonomists, and it was falling off a cliff 20 years ago. Most of them were just retiring. So it reflects that, but it also just reflects new perspective on what a species actually is. For example, we're now starting to realise there might not just be one killer whale, or is it an orca? There's actually probably 7, possibly even as many 7 different species, but then there's arguments, is it species, is it races, is it forms, and so on. But ultimately I would still come back to insisting that all of this information that's provided is brilliant and it's helpful, but ultimately it all still comes back to maintaining the quality and quantity of habitat that's on the site and protecting it against being overrun by trees, scrub, and all the stuff I've already mentioned.
Just on that point about dispersal with climate change, that is why such a large area of intact dune system is important, because species can move through that freely in the natural habitats. As we fragment habitats, it means that they can't move through as freely. I know we're going to talk about fragmentation later, but Dr. McMullen mentioned some very mobile species there. If you're a ground beetle or a snail, you're going to take forever to get through that sort of movement. In a natural habitat, it's a lot easier, and an intact habitat. Dr. McMullen also mentioned Sitka spruce there, which I don't think is on the site. But earlier on, he was talking about managing burnet rose. Whilst we may know where the burnet rose is on the site, we don't know where the moth that's associated with it is on the site. So how do we know which patches can be managed and which can't be?
Sorry, can I just say that on that last point, which is a really important one, I'm going to be discussing burnet rose and the associated species in a moment. May we make sure we talk about that then?
Yeah, movement takes place at a variety of scales. The scale I was talking about there, maybe should have been more explicit, was just nationally. It was just a sort of an example to try and sort of illustrate that by not thinking ecologically, by thinking species, we're trying to conserve the species that we have today, but we haven't stepped back and understood the environment that they're living in and looked, not just looked at cool links in its place, but also cool links within Scotland and Scotland within its place. That's where the ecological perspective is really important because, as I say, it gets you to think about the home that the species lives in. I would also point out too, in my hearing statements, I've gone into some of the literature on connectivity, and in there, as some of the scientists remark, it's quite surprising. A butterfly will fly across a garden into fields and then into a woodland. This sort of fear that species seem to have of moving from one patch to another just doesn't really seem to be borne out in the literature. And you can see the sense of that to some extent because a system like a sand dune is already largely a mosaic. So if species were unable to move through patches of different habitat, then they would just simply die out. I would also point out too, natural habitat can be just as difficult as unnatural habitat for a species to move through. So, for example, an ectothermic insect or even a lizard that requires a large amount of solar radiation to maintain its heat, it's not going to survive very long in a woodland, for example, no matter how natural that woodland is. And again, I would just reiterate the point, it's the ecology, it's the environment of these species that we're concerned with primarily, and trying to make sure that these, you could call the rose by willow herb natural, you could call the woodland natural. We've discussed how the scrub is native, but all of these things gradually displace all of the interest of cool links, and that's probably the most important issue. And just to finish off, we don't know where half the species are, and that's what concerns me too. The list of insects that we have is not complete, and again, that's why I insist we might not know what insects are associated with a particular clump of burnet rose. But I would say, even once we've done the survey, we still don't have the full list. And that's easy enough to accommodate. As I said, we're not going in to extirpate every last bit of burnet rose. It would simply be impossible. It would just be a small amount of management that might knock out a related small part of that population of that particular insect. But it's not just about loss. You're maintaining the evenness and the number of interconnections on the site by not allowing a small number of plants to come over. So you might have a tiny impact on one population, but you're having just the same positive impact on another population by allowing that population to have more space to operate within that isn't dominated by burnet rose, for example. And this is, that illustrates part of the problem with species. You can argue backwards and forwards. You can argue something's bad from the perspective of one species and then pick out another species and argue that it's a good thing. And then you end up with a big mishmash of positives and negatives, and how do you resolve that? And again, that's why I think the ecological approach is probably the best way forward, because you just maintain the habitats and their interconnectivity and try to maintain things in as functional a way as possible, and in a sense leave the species almost to look after themselves. The assumption is as if the habitat quality is good, the species will be fine, and of course you can fine-tune things with various bits of information such as the tables that Dr. Mark Young has helpfully provided. But I would still insist the ecological approach is the way forward, because I see countries like the Dutch, for example, have made great progress with that. They've got their eco-bridges through urban areas. I mentioned the other day there are reconstructed wetlands that are multifunctional, supporting biodiversity, carbon capture, grazing and so on. And I really feel that's the way Scotland should be moving in ultimately, rather than this sort of determination to hang on to Victorian perspectives.
We'll come back to talk about fragmentation, mobility around the site, and any species-specific things. And we'll also come back to talk about Fonseca seed flight at the end, but before I forget, because I will, just in relation to seed flight, can you afford to, given that we know, or we assume from the information we have, that they are so scarce, can you afford to be so relaxed, if that's the right word, about potential habitat loss, given they are particularly, it would appear, particularly vulnerable to any loss?
Well, I'm pleased I'm coming across as relaxed, but the thing is that, you also have to look at the do-nothing scenario. What happens if we do nothing here? Growth spreads, blah, blah. You've heard it all before, I won't repeat it. So do nothing, we end up with nothing. Do something, we'll end up with something. I think in a lot of ways it is as simple as that.
Yeah, can I just add on the Fonseca seed fly? There's a lot of importance put on cool links, but it actually stretches right along this coastline down to the point at Dawn at Firth. So that's going through a conurbation, 2 caravan parks, a golf course, another golf course, etc. So I think that's an important point to note. And when people talk about isolation, without a golf course, here is already isolated, if you look at it from that perspective. So what are we going to do about that? With relation to a lot of the things that Mr. Young or Dr. Young said about kidney vetch and some of the butterflies that he's mentioned, golf course investment can be a massive thing when it comes to creating habitat. This can be seen quite easily online. One instance is down in Ayrshire, where basically they've created 30 miles of planted kidney vetch. The small blue's been extinct down there for, I believe, 30 years. They've now reintroduced it, and it's surviving. So let's not take away the good parts that investment can do, private funding.
Yeah.
Fonseca seed fly is limited globally to this piece of the coast, 8.1 kilometres. It's found on 4 sites. Cool Links is the largest of those sites, the largest area of habitat for it, and the previous survey, which is 8 years old, is found it on the 4 dune, the mid dune and the hind dune. The 4 sites that it's found on are already separated by some distance along this coast. Further fragmentation in Cool Links will weaken that population.
Thank you. We'll come back to seed fly towards the end. And I was minded to leave the point about potential beneficial effects on things like kidney vetch, maybe to when we talk about the individual species. I'm conscious we need to take a break quite soon, but I wanted to ask a couple of quick questions before we go on to the individual species. First of which was Dr. McMullen's point about if you leave the site, things are going to get worse. Climate change, atmospheric nitrogen deposition, and at least for some species, the crowding out of diminutive food plants by other taller plants. Do you accept this side of the table? Those are potential consequences of doing nothing.
I don't think we have ever suggested that you should do nothing. I'm going to refer to this later on. If you look to see where Dr. McMullen suggests that we do nothing, which is in his C4C-075, page 183, I'll let you get to that. Yes, C4C-075, I believe I've got that right.
It is.
Do you have it? Yes, you do. First of all, if I read that across the top, the view of the Conservation Coalition, and then in square brackets, SIC, is very much at odds with traditional conservationist aims of conserving natural heritage. I'm not quite sure what that means in square brackets. I hope it doesn't mean that we are not to be seen as conservationists or whatever. However, it says this conflicts with contemporary science, global pressures, and whatever else there is there. We absolutely understand all the global pressures. We have never in our hearing statements talked about not understanding those. But more particularly to this particular inquiry, we don't favour the do-nothing approach. If you look in my hearing statement, and I have to find it for you, which is para 6.2 in my hearing statement, if I have it right. I'm being helped by my colleagues on either side to make sure I get to it correctly. You've got to it faster than I have, sorry, yeah. So just one moment. 6.2 there, that very clearly shows that we welcome, in a general sense I should say, because not absolutely every prescription, we welcome the management agreement that Nature Scott has with the owners, and we believe that the use of judicious management in some circumstances will be very beneficial. Our overall approach, of course, which is an ecological approach, is that this dune system should, in the best circumstances, be operating usual natural processes and evolving as the natural processes apply. But we do understand that it has been affected by changes in management and so on in the past, and so we do support that and say there may be sound nature conservation reasons for wishing to selectively remove some scrub species from certain habitats which are especially rare or which have been modified by human activity and require management to restore their functionality. So we do accept judicious management, and we are not do nothing, and I hope that we are therefore still proper conservationists.
So I'm grateful for that indication, and I think I can deal with the what follows from that in closing submissions, unless Dr. McMullen wants to add anything to it. But I think it would be commentary on the answer rather than material for you from me at this stage.
I think, in fairness, if there is commentary on the answer, I would prefer our witnesses to be given the opportunity to comment on it, because obviously Mr. Finley's closing submission comes after mine.
Well, very happy to. I was conscious that the Conservation Coalition are somewhat time restricted, but given Malone Friends' indication, I will comply. First of all, I note that Nature Scott's judgment has supported. Nature Scott seemed to take a different view than the Conservation Coalition on the overall issue. Secondly, you've heard significant evidence already as to our views and the efficacy of the management plan so far, which I won't repeat. But thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, the fact that do nothing there is agreement that do nothing is not an acceptable solution. That, in our submission, is a significant pointer that we will rely upon for support for our proposal. And Dr. McMullen has two further, I think, comments to make. Three.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't expect the thing for the time. Yeah, first of all, the SIC was just put in there just simply because I was confused as to whether we were still calling them Conservation Coalition or not. That was all. I didn't want to create, just to avoid confusion, but I appreciate it maybe made more. Like the do-nothing scenario is just something I referred to, like at the last inquiry, there was all sorts of promises made for action that would occur at Cool Links, and of course, we're back here and nothing's happened. I think it's great that the other side is aware of the global pressures. It was just the lack of any real mention of them in their hearing statement sort of led to an assumption that they either weren't aware of them or they were just ignoring them. And also just to very quickly point out, Scotland, from a paleoecologist or an ecological historian's perspective, Scotland is usually referred to as a cultural landscape because we've had thousands of years of grazing by goats and burning and all the other stuff I mentioned the other day. And this very much results in a landscape that's like a palimpsest, a parchment that's been written over again and again. And of course, the most serious writing at the moment is as a result of climate change, nutrient deposition and things like that, and the spread of invasive species. So I think everything, again, just has to be understood in the context of contemporary global pressures.
Can we take a break now and come back at 10 to 12? Thank you. Species of Lepidoptera that Dr. Young has identified. I don't want to spend a massive amount of time. That's not to underestimate their importance, but obviously I have the information that you've provided, Dr. Young, which I have read and will take account of. But I had a couple of questions probably on each, or at least one question on each, but there may be other things that you want to just point out. But, I know time is obviously pressing, so we haven't got a huge amount we can say about each. So starting with the small blue, my note is the larval food plant survey didn't find any kidney vetch in August 23. You did find some a year later. Indeed, you found some small blue larvae actually present on the kidney vetch. So really, my question is about distribution of kidney vetch across the site. Is it restricted to certain habitats within the site? And also a question about the behaviour of adult butterflies and where they might go and how that might differ from, or move away from where the food plants are located. But if there's any other points you want to bring up, please do.
Yes, thank you very much. I will try and be brief. I know I can rely on the fact that you have read my Appendix 5. You've probably noticed that for each of these, it starts off with a series of references at the top as well. So I won't refer to them just to save time. You kindly noted that I had found some larvae there in August this year when I was there. I just want to make this point about that. At one stage in CAC 075, Dr. McMullen says most objectors have not visited the site. This is paragraph 217. This has resulted in a narrative becoming constructive around Coul links from a distance, a generic image of sand dunes and not to... I just wanted to reassure you, I was first there in 1993. I've been there 10 times. I've bred most of these species, and so I hope you will accept that I do know the site very well. So, small blue, which I won't go into all of its status, but it's a rare butterfly and a declining butterfly, and we know quite a lot about its ecological requirements, and they are relatively simple. The adult butterfly lays eggs on the flower head, so that the larvae can feed on the developing seeds, which is where they have the highest nutrient level. The adults roost either in nearby scrub or in tall grasses, a little bit away from where the kidney vetch is. But the key point that we wish to make, and I'm using these 7 partly because they make a series of different points. And this one is that kidney vetch is a pioneer plant that depends upon blown sand or open habitats. Obviously, it occurs not always on sand dunes, but here it's blown sand, not on very fresh blown sand, because the sand has to stabilize slightly so that plants begin to grow into it. The kidney vetch then develops in it where it is not outcompeted by other plants. And it then has a limited period there before it is then overwhelmed by the plants that come in after it and take over. And so it's dependent upon a range of new blown sand patches appearing. At Coul, the kidney vetch is relatively widespread, but the functional kidney vetch, and it has to be extensive patches of freely flowering kidney vetch, are principally associated with the area along the crest on the inland side of the fore dunes. And that's partly because of 2 things. Either real blowouts is rather similar to where the stream is, the main stream goes along, or sand being blown across the dune ridge and accumulating just behind the dune ridge. And that is where the kidney vetch reaches the condition that is suitable, and that is where the butterfly occurs. Now, our concern, therefore, simplifying things greatly and moving straight to the concern, our concern is that the applicant has on a number of occasions suggested that there is some anxiety about blown sand and about erosion, and that maybe soft methods might be used to stabilise that, although I heard Professor, I've forgotten his name, Handsome, say that those may not work in many cases. But nevertheless, it's clearly the intention of the applicants, entirely understandably, to secure their golf course, and perhaps particularly hole 17, by stabilising some of the natural sand movement that goes on. And in our view, that would be detrimental to the small blue. So I will answer further question of yours or whoever, but I will take it just at there.
You want to come back on those?
Yeah, to return to the...
I forgot to say, for those who are good at projecting their voice, and I'm looking at you, Dr. Mullen, don't get too close to the microphone. You're probably safe with it where it was, but there's a balance between those who speak quietly, who do need to get close, and those like you and I who speak quite loud, so don't get too close. Get a bit of feedback.
I don't want to sound like Liam Neeson giving you a phone call to tell you about his special skill set, that's for sure. Yeah, just to respond to Mr. Young, or Dr. Young, sorry. You know, the thing about it, as Dr. Young points out, the kidney vetch is a pioneer plant dependent upon blown sand, and again, this is where the ecological perspective comes in, because the ecological perspective requires you to actually look at the processes rather than just at the plants. And you'll have seen in both of my hearing statements where I provide photographs and make the point that not only is the bare sand disappearing because it changes to wind flow patterns and so on, and that's very, very clear, I think, in the photographs that I've provided. So the intrusion of scrub and trees has now prevented blowouts and wind currents dispersing sand across the dunes. And blowouts simply don't occur anymore. So you simply don't see that blown sand as much as you did even just back in 2009, when the photographs make very clear that there's still quite a lot of bare sand available. And secondarily, the big problem is the gorse. The gorse circumvents the usual succession from bare sand back to dune heath because it jumps in on the bare sand, unfortunately. So all those weed plants, not just the kidney vetch, but things lichens and so on as well, they're getting shoved out, and we can see that on Friday. So I think, so that's why in our ecological approach we're very keen to see sand blowing around and to destabilise some of the slopes, and to get the trees out if possible, as well, to allow those fast wind speeds to occur right across the whole dunes. So again, I would just insist that we need to take an ecological perspective on this.
Yeah, firstly, it was nice to hear Dr. Young agree that SNH should manage the site under supervision, and the do-nothing approach is a good thing. So I think we can all agree on that. Secondly, one of the biggest assets used to be at Coul, certainly when I first visited in 2007, were some of those blowouts. And I'm sure that if Dr. Dargy goes back through his many records, he'll have areas of open sand. I think the handbooks, if we go by them, suggest there should be 7% open sand, which is quite a significant area of Coul links. And obviously we would be looking to try and undertake that sort of work with Nature School.
Can I just, I'll let you come in. Just we talked about it earlier, and I've seen your aerial photos, Dr. Mullen, about the areas we're talking about, the effective scrub interrupting wind flows, etc., etc. Those were inland rather than on the foredune, which was where Dr. Young was talking about just now. So is it your position that by doing the works you propose to do, you'd be creating alternative areas in which kidney vetch could grow? You're not I don't think, or we haven't yet anyway, disputed the point Dr. Young was making, that on the 4 dune, which is where some of it at least is currently growing, there could be a threat from the soft engineering works in that location, that those works could have an effect on that sand deposition in that location. So it's kind of a compensatory thing that the scheme could offer. Do you accept his point, but just specifically about the 4 dune?
Yeah. It's hard to know exactly what will happen. As he says, it's an early successional species, and often with an early successional species, you can knock it back, and it'll just come back in again because it's an early successional species. So it's quite likely the soft engineering might displace it for a period of time, but I'd be very surprised if it didn't just come straight back in again from its seed bank or adjacent plants spreading in and so on. What we would just be keen to do is just to spread it a bit more extensively across the dunes, and obviously taking account of what Dr. Young has just said, it would be sensible for us to encourage some very large patches. And it is quite distinctive, you know, it shows up fairly well in the maps that I produced for the distribution of both the kidney vetch and the common rock rose. And one of the reasons why the ecology of the species allows them to avoid the coarse infrastructures that they tend to be on the steeper flanks of the dunes, where the steepness is around about the angle of repose for sand, about 35, 38 degrees. So you get a small amount of slippage that maintains that stability of instability that in a sense allows the kidney vetch to keep recolonising on the same patch because of that stability of instability that keeps a fresh, well, a suitably fresh but slightly matured sand layer for it to colonise onto.
Dr. Daggy.
Not Cool in its 2023 objection has a series of maps. They're all titled ecological receptors liable to significant adverse harm. One of the receptors is kidney vetch, and it's based on mapping which I did in 2021, in which I not only recorded the simple presence, but I counted the number of flower head clusters on the kidney vetch, and then I calculated the average number of flowers per clusters. The distribution is almost entirely on that frontal dune. There is a scatter of plants which are there on bare patches of sand where people walk along the dune crest. So the path disturbance there is extremely important to maintain those proportions. But the bulk of the population is on the seaward side of the path, beyond the ridge, and it goes down onto a slope which in 2012 was a vertical sand cliff as a result of a sand search. Now, that slope has restabilised at a more gentle angle, and as part of that restabilisation, we had lumps of semi-fixed dune turf which were gliding down to the beach. But it's a slow process, and as part of that process, it becomes more mobile, and that's where the kidney vetch comes in. And some of the kidney vetch was retained on that until the storms this year, where we probably lost more than 60% of everything that I mapped in 2021. It's gone. And as part of that, we will probably have lost some small blue. But they will come back because these storms, at the moment, are not coming in every year. We have to wait. So we have 2012, we have the storms in 2023, 24 with it. And before this, I note in my target notes for the 1994 survey that between 1993 and 1994, we had another storm. So there are 3 intervals, and you have this instability. Recolonisation is part of that. It must be affecting the small blue population. I would imagine it goes up and down with these numbers. But I concur mainly in terms of distribution with Dr. Young. Thank you.
With that being said, would it not be beneficial if the applicant was successful in creating a further inland area that could be affected by sand deposition? Would that not be beneficial? It sounds like the actions of storms, etc., are putting the 4 dune population in some peril. Would it not be a benefit then to have an alternative further inland population or potential habitat for them, which could be created as a form of mitigation or a compensation.
That's acceptable, but I'm reticent because I like nature to get on and do things itself. And Dr. Young has already confirmed that he has found small blue despite all the erosion which has occurred. So it's there on site. I know other people have seen it this year. I haven't had time to go out and look. But I will be reticent to deliberately go out and start moving one particular set of plants around and into others unless we're in extremis that we have to move to that position. Thank you.
Dr. Young, did you want to come back on small blue?
I'm aware of the, pardon me, I'm aware of the time, and I don't want to prolong this for too long. I am glad for that support about where the population of the kidney vetch occurs. I could make comments, for instance, about how grazing, for instance, might help to make bare patches further inland. I very much take your point that the gorse at present and the other things like that are in the inner part of the dune rather than along there. But I hope that my point has been made and we can maybe move on.
Anything, or you content to move on?
Yeah, just very quickly, just to really reinforce just what your query was, what I wrote down was eggs in one basket with just having a focus on the foredune. And if you look in my figure, or in the butterfly and moth larval food plant, you'll see in the figure that illustrates the distribution of the kidney vetch. It is actually dispersed quite widely throughout the dunes, admittedly not in such large numbers as on the foredune. So there is absolutely no need for us to be moving plants around. That has not been our intention. As I've specified before, we're not focused just on species, we're focused on processes and ecology. So our creation of bare sand patches would create new habitat for the kidney vetch. And I would also just challenge again, this idea of natural process taking place. We're living in a time of climate change and of nutrient deposition and so on. All around the world, people are sort of working towards that, and I think we need to move away from this romantic notion that the highlands is a wilderness and natural processes are taking place after thousands of years of anthropogenic impacts. As I've already mentioned, we live in a cultural landscape, not an entirely natural landscape, and we would be foolish to turn away from the contemporary anthropogenic impacts that are currently impacting the dunes.
Can we move on to northern brown Argus, please? I had a question about, you mentioned it earlier, Dr. Young, about not all of the food plant, the common rock rose, is suitable for egg laying. The diminutive form would not be. I just wondered how small is diminutive. I'm thinking in the context of away from the fairways, the green, etc., in the managed rough, which I think is, the intention is to mow it to between 70 and 100 mil annually, once a year cut. If any were growing in the managed rough, is that sort of level of cropping likely to reduce the bigger examples that are needed for egg laying? Would that be your concern?
Thank you very much. I forgot to say one thing, if I may, and then I'll move on to that. And this is to Mr. Haspel. Alas, the Ayrshire small blue populations have not survived. And establishing populations for these butterflies is tricky. I'm sorry, but that's what's happened. Yes, so I do want to talk about northern brown Argus. I will talk first about your point, and then, if I may, move on to fragmentation. If you look at photograph 2 in Appendix 5, that shows you very clearly the sort of structure of rock crows that is required for the northern brown Argus. The figures, broadly speaking, and this depends upon what vegetation is around it, but broadly speaking, it has to be 6 to 10 centimetres or above in height. But the key point of that is flowering so that it's available and visible, not to lay eggs on, but just so that the butterfly is within its habitat. Your point about the rough, I'm completely sure that if anything remains in the fairway, the mown fairway that's mown every week, that is a habitat loss. As far as the rough is concerned, as I understand it, that's going to grade from somewhat similar to the fairway to a much longer slope later on. I can imagine that in some of the longer vegetation, it may survive as a plant, and that may be. So when you think in terms of the amount of habitat loss, you would have to take that into account. But if I may move on to the fragmentation, because for this butterfly, which you perhaps have seen in the information here, Coul may have the largest population of this butterfly, possibly in Scotland. I think possibly is correct, but it is a very significant population. And the key point of that, and this is shown in the maps that are also in here, is that Coul is an element in a number of populations in this area which will all codepend. And I'm going to say this at different scales. And I want to introduce what is called metapopulation biology. And I will explain it to you, if I may, as simply as I can. If we take it, first of all, at the scale of Coul, the population of the northern brown argus is not continuous across Coul. I know from my visits it's limited to a series of what you might call subpopulations or subcolonies. Some places you get lots, some places you get none. There's no doubt about that. And the importance of that is that the populations, the subpopulations, interchange to some extent. This is a very sedentary butterfly. What happens is that the majority of any population at any scale don't move far. A small number, presumably for genetic reasons, a small number are prepared to move a little further, or by mistake they find themselves in unsuitable habitat and they have to fly a bit further. So what happens in a metapopulation structure is that individuals occasionally move between the different sub-colonies. A big sub-colony is called the source population, and I should say, incidentally, the references are in my hearing statement, particularly Hansky's book on metapopulation biology. The big populations are source populations. They have a lot of individuals present, and even in years when the weather is ghastly or whatever else it is, they probably mostly survive as a population. The small populations may only have a handful of specimens present. They may very well become extinct in any one year. So the numbers in the different populations go up and down. They're often called sink populations. However, they can have a very important role because just occasionally they survive or they act as a stepping stone for butterflies that are going from one large population, and there may be others that they get to eventually. And the whole population depends upon the interchange at that scale. And then, if I may say on a wider scale, very briefly, the Coul population will interchange with other populations as well, and Coul is so good that it may rescue some of the others. So if we accept that that is so, and if you look at many, many species of butterfly, this is absolutely established. It's a strong ecological process, as you can see. It follows that there has to be the ability of the butterfly to get from one to another subpopulation. Unfortunately, we also know, and one of Dr. McMullen's references, which is reference 24 on his para 103, it's by Rees and Risk, it was one of the two that was put out earlier. I want to read you two sentences from it. They say in the abstract, "We present a test of an edge effects model which predicts that organisms should avoid edges with less preferred habitat." So they're investigating what will happen at an edge, and they predict that there will be an effect with an avoidance of edges. And they say later on in the abstract, observations matched model predictions more than would be expected by chance for the 211 species-edge combinations tested over a 3-year study. I don't think there is any doubt at all, and I doubt if this will be challenged, that many butterflies do respond to edges. And these aren't just woodland, grassland, they aren't just sharp edge, whatever else it is. Butterflies judge the edge of a habitat by many different means. Some of them smell their food plant. Some of them see the flowers of their food plant. Some of them respond to the presence of other butterflies of the same species. And we'll get, I mean, lonely is a silly word, isn't it? But you see what I mean, if they go beyond it. So here we have the footprint of the proposed golf course, which is drawing a large ring of lost habitat, which will also act to fragment the dunes as far as this butterfly is concerned. NatureScot note that there are some connections that are left between the fairways, but they say that, unfortunately, these connections will never be as effective as the original unmanaged habitat. I could give you the reference for that, but that is one of their quotations. So we are very concerned indeed that fragmentation of the habitat at Coul will affect not just the northern brown arcus, but others that have a similar biology. And not all butterflies have that. Dark green fritillary ranges everywhere, but many of them do. So this is the one, and we can maybe short circuit later on, where we talk about fragments and edges. This is my best example of the potential impact of fragmentation, edge effects and loss of connectivity, and the northern brown argus demonstrates that very effectively.
Thank you. Yeah, that might indeed short circuit part 5 we talk later on. Dr. McMullen, when you come back, do you have any better evidence than what we've just heard from Butterfly Conservation Scotland as to the likely effects of particularly the circle of holes, I don't know what the numbers are, but 1 to 7, 8, on as forming a barrier to this movement of populations within a sort of meta population? Is that not the best evidence we have as to what the effect will be?
Not really. The thing is that the common rock rose actually does occur on edges, so if butterflies were always sensitive to edges, they wouldn't be able to reach them. The common rock rose is often on the steeper slopes along the edges of low dunes, small dunes. So it sits on the edge between either mostly dune grassland and some places dune heath and the slacks. So it is, on Coul links, it is a habitat of the edges. I don't really take such a dim and negative view of edges as others, and I've explained in the hearing statements how edges are actually seen in a number of ways, and some of the work that I was doing that I just described in Dumfries and Galloway and the Scottish borders to try and increase habitat connectivity, actually the edges were the most important habitat. So I think we really need to take a slightly more nuanced and sophisticated and holistic ecological appraisal of the edges rather than just simplistically always seeing edges as problematic. And I do quote in one of my hearing statements, I can't remember exactly which one it was, I think it was my first one, the one that isn't a rebuttal, but some of the papers that I've reviewed on edges, and I refer to one of them in there, actually points out that, butterflies and edge-sensitive species aren't really as common as people seem to think that they are, and, I think, ultimately, if there were, we wouldn't see any dispersal of species through the landscape if they were unable to deal with edges in this sort of debilitating way that's consistently described. So I think we need to understand edges in a more holistic and ecological way rather than just seeing them simplistically as a perpetually negative thing. As I point out in my hearing statement, edges were initially seen as a very positive ecological feature for whatever, and the study of ecoteams, whereas now we seem to have gone the other way completely. That's the current fashion, but we've forgotten all the very good science that was done that illustrated how important, how functional, and how much a part of the landscape and of ecosystems edges actually are. For example, I pick out black grouse, for example, and how edges are increased for that, the work that I've just described that I've done. So I think it's important, as I said before, that we take an ecological perspective on this.
May I just comment, something that I actually meant to refer to comes from one of the references, it comes from C4C 75, para 97 onwards. I'll just read to you what it says. Oh, sorry, para 103. This is to do with various invertebrates, including butterflies, and it's what Dr. McMullen says. As movement between these patches of dune habitat is necessary for different life cycle stages or resources, any species unable to cross the extensive edges associated with typically patchy dune habitat is unlikely to persist or disperse. Well, of course, there will be unsuitable habitat within the dunes in their natural state, I quite agree, but the Gulf application will be creating very extensive areas of unsuitable habitat that will do exactly the same as that quotation has just suggested.
Briefly, if you can, I don't know whether we're going to agree on the edge effects, but briefly.
Yeah. What Dr. Young says is true. There'll be some parts lost to the course, but the thing is that we're also increasing the extent of a variety of the valued habitats for these species as well. And that's something that's often forgotten about in connectivity. Again, people often focus on edge, but your source areas where the species are coming from and your sink areas where the species are moving to are also very important. So by increasing the source and the sink areas and increasing the quality of those source and sink habitat areas, we'll actually be enhancing connectivity as well, because it simply becomes probabilistic there. It's simply a probabilistic problem for the species in a way that you've got a greater chance of a large patch will disperse more species, and if you have a large patch for them to move to, you have a greater chance of more of them ending up in that patch. So it isn't just about edges. The source and sink areas are important as well, and we'll be benefiting those.
Well, I'll let you come back. While we're on it, I think we're probably going to deal with connectivity, at least in respect of Lepidoptera. So I'll ask another question, which is the remaining question I had on connectivity, which was Dr. McMullen's point about removal of the tall invasives, trees, shrubs, etc., might actually increase habitat connectivity. So I'll put that back to you as well as the other points, if you could address that.
That has no significance at all for northern brown argus, which doesn't use that sort of habitat in the least. Unfortunately, because there haven't been effective surveys at Coul Links, we don't actually know where all of these different subpopulations of different species are concerned. I think it would be rather idle to imagine that we could develop new habitats that would suit them, because we don't know where the current ones are, where the new things should go, and also we don't know exactly how to produce the habitats that they require. But I would like to say on a positive note that when you visit the site on Friday, even at the non-SSSI end, which does actually have a very important colony, or more than one colony, of northern brown argus, which does interact with the SSSI, so it's all interactive for me, you will be able to see very effectively where the rock rose is present. Of course it's present along the edges, the slopes and things and so on, but you'll be able to see that on Friday, so I'm content that my colleague Dr. Sterling will be with you on Friday.
Thank you. Can we move to northern barred groundling? I'm using the common word, it's easier. My only point really on this was about the importance of the Moray Firth to the UK population. I may have this wrong, but am I right in thinking that in the UK it's only found around the Moray Firth? Is that correct?
You might take the view that, and incidentally it's in Appendix 5, so you can see it there and you can see a picture of it. You might take the view that an organism as small as this would be relatively under-recorded. My view is that we will probably still find some new habitat where it does occur, but so far the success that I have had and my Butterfly Conservation for Scotland colleagues have had has been around the Moray Firth. It occurs elsewhere in Europe, but that's as it is at the time being. I will be very brief with this. It's a species I know very well, possibly know better than anybody else. I went in 1994 to Coul to see it after it had been discovered by Jonathan Hughes or by, I forget the name of the person who discovered it, but he was the ranger at that time. We found larvae, which was the first key thing, so that we could confirm the food plant. Found the food plant. It's given as open dune habitat in the websites, but that's a generalization. I mean, it just means you're likely to find it on somewhere like Coul or Nairn dunes, which is another place where it occurs. We found the Cerastium quite widely, which is the food plant, the common mouse ear, and we found the larvae reasonably widely, and I bred some the following year, and I've done the same from Nairn dunes. The adults are likely to spend summer months in thatch or scrub or whatever away from the food plants, but that is more or less the top and bottom of it, about what we know of it. It's going to be relatively widespread, I suspect, at Coul, without being certain. It's certainly one of the populations where people have seen it most often, either by finding the larvae or the adults come to moth traps. And my main point here is that we feel that we have to take a precautionary approach to organisms such as this, which are really key organisms, and try and make sure that we avoid any potential threats that might apply to them. But I realise that because none of us know exactly its distribution at Coul, that's a point that you will want to take into account.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say, like, obviously there's the other ecological considerations to take into account for the northern barred groundling, but common mouse ear, it's a very common weed, the species, the food plant that's most commonly associated with the species. It's quite a common weed. You could almost call it livestock footprints, because wherever you get sheep or cattle, you'll find common mouse ear in the ground that they scuff up, for example. And I'm just a wee bit concerned that the precautionary approach takes us back again to the sort of do-nothing approach advocated by Nature Scott, for example, and others in the Conservation Coalition. And can I just address a couple of points from earlier too? Like, we could survey the absolute hell out of Coul lynx. We could rip up every plant and shrub and look at every single species. But the thing is, and you see this in most ecological reports, an ecological report is never more than a snapshot. So we could have all that data, but what do we do then? Do with all those millions of data points, and what then happens? Like, it was a fire that swept in from Embo that led the rose bay willow herb coming in. So how do we then manage these thousands of species records? How do we take account of what happens in the future with all these species records? And again, that takes us once again back to taking an ecological approach and focusing on the condition and quality and distribution of the habitats instead. And you know, we can manage the habitats for these species, as Dr. Young says, that we can't do that, but we do know the species dependencies, like that's what's been included in his appendix. And I would say too that we're not creating the habitats, we're creating opportunities for the habitats. So by creating bare sand, we don't then come in, for example, and plant all the mosses and all the heather and all the other plants and species associated with it. Those are allowed to colonise themselves, and obviously that's a process that's occurred on Coul lynx for probably the last 15,000 years. So we're just replicating the creation of bare sand by blowouts. That doesn't happen anymore by undercutting and things like that. So in a sense, although what we're doing is new, the plants won't see it as anything different to them. A patch of bare sand is a patch of bare sand. It doesn't matter if it was created by a blowout or a JCB. It starts and finishes in the same place for them.
Move on to Portland moth. The importance of creeping willow struck me. I think it is also important to some non-Lepidoptera species, according to my note. My understanding is it's scattered in and around the dune slacks, and we had some lengthy discussion on Monday, I think it was, as to the extent to which the developers tried to avoid dune slack habitat. There's disagreement as to how successful that was, but that's certainly their position. Is the last thing they want is to be going into the wetter dune slack areas. So I just wonder as to the significance of the proposed layout for Portland moth.
I will just say something very briefly. and then allow my colleague to take on later. Portland moth is almost the most rapidly declining species of moth in Scotland at the moment. We are very worried about it. You will see from the map that it is very sparse and it hasn't been found in many things. We did actually try and make an attempt to run a light trap on Coul lynx at the end of August. That's my colleagues from Butterfly Conservation Scotland, so that we could assess this year's status of the moth. Unfortunately, that we asked for permission and that was not granted. And there's an email reference which will take you to that, which we can give you. However, you're completely right. What it prefers is sand into which the larvae can burrow, and then food plants that it can move out to feed on. As far as we know, it is almost always associated with creeping willow. It may involve others as well, but it's a June slack species. And what I would like to do, because my colleague, Mr. McAdam, is going to deal with June slacks a little later on, and may I leave that until he deals with it then? Incidentally, if you want that reference to the email, first of all, it's MY54, the email, and my hearing statement is point 436. But I think you will get that fairly easily.
You can either respond now, but maybe if we're going to talk about, if it's a more general point about June slack avoidance, we could leave it till later. But if you want to come back specifically on Portland moth, creeping willow, by all means do.
Yeah, like we've talked about great length, and we'll see it on Friday, the spread of meadowsweet into the June slacks, unfortunately, and we'll see, it's a good time to go actually, because we'll see the stems falling as well, so as the bare sand becomes more buried under meadowsweet litter and increased productivity more generally, the bare sand that the Portland moth requires will disappear, and we'll also see as well that the creeping willow is also starting to struggle, plus the creeping willow spends most of its time now underneath the blanketing cover of meadowsweet, so it's quite probable that the heat energy required for the Portland moth to go through its pupal process may not be there. So again, I would drag us back to that ecological perspective of understanding the current processes on the lynx within a global context, and understanding the current trajectories of change is probably more important than sort of obsessing over one particular species.
Maybe I should come in here about the June slacks, because I think it's in the same agenda item, it's not a different one. Can I give you an example of a potential effect on invertebrates from the golf course construction? In Mr Haspel's hearing statement, part 2, that's CFC 089, page 21, he indicates that at hole 10 it is also important to note there will be a reinstated, cleaned out wetland dune slack carry on this hole, alongside reinstated dune heath. The Sand Dune Manager's Handbook, CC10, on page 126, explains that dune slacks are often characterised by creeping willow and mosses and tend to have rich invertebrate assemblages. In my opinion, cleaning out a dune slack, as is suggested in Mr Haspel's statement, would have a negative effect on 2 of the species from the Scottish biodiversity list, 2 aquatic species or semi-aquatic species. The near, and I apologise, it's going to be Latin, but the near-threatened water beetle Agabus oliginosus and the nationally scarce mud beetle Heteroceras flexiosus, and as also the Portland moth, as Dr Young has covered. Quite simply, the habitat for these species could be modified to such an extent that they wouldn't be able to survive there. Whilst the vegetation may grow back over time, the invertebrates would need to recolonise, and because these are poor dispersal invertebrates, they may be present in other dune slacks, but it could take them decades to get back to that site.
You're quite right. There wasn't a later agenda item on dune slacks. I thought there was. We both thought there was, but now is the time to talk about it. Ms Cohen, did you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's the reference MY54. I just wanted to draw your attention because there's been some redactions to the information that's been provided quite properly. I have checked, and the Chris that has sent the email on Wednesday the 7th of August conveying that the landowner was refusing permission for the reasons therein stated, I understand is actually Mr Haspel. But that wouldn't be clear to you from the redactions in the version that's been produced. Thank you.
Okay, so you're no longer constrained about, if you want to talk about the wider dune slack picture, what do you say to the reference to clearing out the dune slacks? Is that still part of your proposal?
Yeah, I think, again, it's that sort of lurch to the extreme, and I think we are slightly responsible for that by talking about cleaning out the dune slacks. It's not like we're going to go in and just remove everything. In fact, in a lot of ways, we'll be dropping the bases more. We'll be trying to remove some of the organic matter, especially the build-up of meadow sweet, to try and prevent that going into the sandy soil. But in a sense, most of the biomass at the surface will be retained. It's a similar approach to what you would do with a peat bog, for example. The Germans call that upper layer the bunkerd, and you can set that aside, cut the peat or lower the sand dune slack, and then put that upper living layer back on. The thing is we won't be doing it all at once. It'll be done sequentially, so there'll be undisturbed areas from which the species can disperse. And of course, it feeds back into that stability of instability that we've spoken about. So you'll have small patches at an early successional stage. You'll have patches that are untouched that are at the later successional stage in the range of intermediates. So in a sense, it doesn't just create biodiversity within that one area, it also creates biodiversity through time within that one area as the different successional stages follow one another.
So lowering the base level of a dune slack could make it a permanent water feature. These, certainly the mud beetle is a species of temporary water features. It's in these dune slacks because they dry out. It lives in the mud that is left afterwards. Accepted sort of practice is that if you're creating a permanent water feature, you shouldn't dig out a temporary one. You should just do a new one. So I would be concerned if it was changed into a permanent water feature.
Yeah, there's absolutely no intention to create permanent water features. The main intention is to remove the excess nutrients and so on. We may actually, in consultation with Nature Scott into the future, seek to lower the bases quite aggressively to increase the amount of flooding that takes place throughout the year. But again, it's not necessary to do it all at once, all the same way. You know, we will maintain a degree of variation, and the reason for doing that is to actually increase the flooding in some parts of the dunes. Again, this is the problem that we run into with single species. We can run it for the Portland moth and allow the dune slacks just to die off because we're not allowed to do anything for them because of this one moth. But the ecological approach would look at the dunes filling up with meadow sweet, becoming enriched with nutrients, and understand that it's bad for all species, whether they're top trump species or common and mundane species. So that's very much, so again, just to re-emphasise our ecological approach. And everything that we're doing it on a largely experimental basis. It won't just be charging in ahead, it'll be dictated to by Nature Scott, and hopefully we can bring in some extra expertise as well. You know, we're not so simplistic as to just go in with JCBs and do everything at once all the same. You know, we are intending to do things on a somewhat experimental basis because we understand some things will go well, some things might not go quite so well. The key thing is to be aware of what you're doing and to push forward the key things. But again, just to emphasise, we're trying to conserve all the species of the slacks rather than focusing on just one species. We're taking an ecological approach rather than a Twitcher's approach.
I'm slightly offended by the top trump reference. We are talking about 3 species that are on the Scottish biodiversity list, which Scottish ministers have determined are the most important species for biodiversity conservation in Scotland. We're not playing top trumps.
I don't think that was directed at you. It's a phrase you've used before, and I understand what you mean, but it wasn't intended pejoratively. It was. I know what you mean, but you maybe have not heard it in previous sessions. You know. Okay. Can I ask a slightly cheeky question that some of the wetter areas, I'll call them, on the site, and we talked briefly about this, but maybe not as much as we should with Nature Scott, are shown in the layout as pools or something. I'm wondering to what extent the desire to create those as water features is one of an architectural, landscape architectural golf course design point, and that there is every intention on the applicant's part to create these as wet features because they're going to look nice, regardless of where the mud beetle or whatever might be, or regardless of the consequences for the mud beetle. I appreciate not all of the slack is shown coloured blue, but there are certainly areas where the aspiration would appear, looking at it cynically from a purely visual or experiential point of view, to create nice water features. Is it fair to say that that could be worrying if those proposed pools, which the architect thinks are so important, happen to coincide with locations that are where these nationally significant species happen to be living?
The water features are a red herring. They're just vestiges of the Ordnance Survey base mapping.
Mr. Haspel confirmed on Monday there is no intention to create new water features. I'll ask him to confirm that.
He did say that, and I'm being very cynical, but and I appreciate there are other vestiges of the OS, such as fence lines and stuff. I accept that. I was just slightly unclear, and I should have probably clarified it earlier. So I'm not doubting what you said. I do remember that you said there's no intention to create water features, but you did say there's an intention to drop the levels of slacks, which would bring you down closer to water table, even at times of the year when currently they don't flood. So the effect might end up being that areas do become permanently flooded, whether that was ever your intention or not. Is that unfair?
I think it is slightly unfair. Probably easier for me to say that than Mr. Haspel, but the intention is to reduce, for the reasons Dr. McMullen has given, areas of various dune slacks. But let me put it another way. The dune slacks that exist in proximity to the golf course, it's perfectly contemplated that in the summer they're likely to be dry, and albeit shown on the OS on the plan for the reasons Dr. McMullen has just given as annotated blue. In the winter they're likely to be wetter. In the shoulder months, as we've been describing, it could be one or the other depending on how wet the shoulder months are. But if necessary, we would be perfectly content with an appropriate condition to prevent the creation of water features, permanent water features, if that is required to relieve any concern that what is going to be created is a permanent artificial water feature. Okay, I was being very unfair. Trying to be more fair then, in the process of, well, I think the answer to this will be yes. The process involved in what Dr. McMullen was talking about in creating these kind of almost experimental areas of trying to improve habitat quality, that could all be controlled as part of the habitat management plan or one of the many other plans to which you'll be subject. So can I say, being more fair perhaps, that ask the question as to whether that would give confidence to those who are concerned about those habitats that it would be done under Clerk of Works supervision and it would be done properly? Further than that, it would be done in consultation with Nature Scott, and I think Dr. Young made it quite clear that they're content with Nature Scott's supervision in terms of management plans. So, no doubt, he made that by express reference to his paragraph 6.2, I think it was, in his report. And so we've taken on board that the Conservation Coalition do not accept a do-nothing approach, and that they accept, in general terms, that Nature Scott are appropriate to manage the detailed management of the site. And so not only will there be an eco, but there will be Nature Scott standing behind the eco, so that I can call it this way, the gradualist approach that Dr. McMullen took to dealing with dune slacks will be undertaken rather than a dramatic approach to them. So apologies for I've probably been scaring people on this side of the table with my assumptions, which do appear to be unfounded, but does the presence of
Clerk of Works and Nature Scott looking over their shoulder reassure you as to the proposals?
Of course we want supervision, and of course we do trust Nature Scott to have the best interests of conservation at heart. So in that general sense, then yes, of course that is pleasant. We would like to offer our own help, if that is appropriate, in terms of the understanding of the insects. And I'm sure I speak for Mr. McCallum as well.
I almost ventured that suggestion, but no doubt the condition could be included so that Nature Scott could be required, if they're prepared to put up with that condition. It's not for me to talk for Nature Scott, to at least consult with the Conservation Coalition in putting together the management plan. One sees that in a number of conditions. The Conservation Coalition cannot be given control of the management plan. I think that will be Highland Council. But a consultation approach, certainly as far as the applicant concerned, would be entirely acceptable. I obviously can't speak for Highland Council or Nature Scott.
Ms. Coburn, you'll have views on that which you can put to us in your comments on the conditions.
We will address this in terms of conditions, but certainly a willingness to work with, such as BCS and BugLife and RSPB Scotland, would very much be welcomed.
Of course, we're not accepted.
Yeah, no, indeed. This is in the event that ministers are content that it should go ahead, then, which I know certain people aren't, but subject to that caveat, we need to then look at conditions that would make the best of it. Sorry for that slight sidetrack there. I think we're on limegrass moth next, and my only question really was that, as far as I'm aware, this is the important location for this. The only important location for this, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be on the 4 June, which I think we were talking about holes, the green for the fairway for 17 and the very back tee for 18. Is that the extent of the habitat this moth uses?
This moth is indeed restricted to that area. The food plant that it feeds on is one of the pioneer species in dune formation, and so that will be where it is. So our concern there, which we've already discussed, and I hope we can move on from, is a worry about stability of the dunes.
I move on to plain rose dot moth. My note says well studied but unfound in 7 sites across the GB, including here. My question was really, what grounds are they to suspect that the proposal would have an adverse effect? It's clearly a very important species, but what specific concern do you have about effects on this species?
I realise that this is a slight aside. Yesterday we visited the dunes, and believe it or not, we found some mines of this moth on the Burnet Rose. I think you will see some on Friday. If you were interested, at lunchtime I have some in a pot, and you may look at them. There's a photograph of them in Appendix 5, but I was very reassured to find some yesterday. This species is, as you say, a very rare species. It's a very small species. You might take the view that it is rather unknown, but actually there are a whole heap of people like myself, and perhaps I'm Victorian in my attitude to this, but I love leaf mines, and I spend a lot of time looking for them. And as you can see, it is very easy to find them. And so this moth has been surveyed for, principally by my colleague Dr. Sterling, all over Britain where there is Burnet Rose, which is quite widespread. And so we are content that it is very restricted, and we don't quite know why. In that context, Coul is a very important site for it. And of course it feeds on Burnet Rose, which has been included as one of the invading species. Now, I'm going to, as it were, we can talk about this further forward as well, but if I may here say a word or two about that. Dr. McMullen includes this in his analysis of the extent of Burnet Rose, and particularly the extent of thicket of Burnet Rose. If you look at the graph, he concedes that in 2016 it was not actually mentioned in the surveys. Consequently, the value that he has of, I think it's 9.7 hectares, which incidentally, there is a slight confusion about whether that is all thicket, but at the moment, let's just say 9.7 hectares, whether that is a very substantial increase. Well, I was first there, as I told you earlier, I first saw this moth in 1996, and it's an odd thing, you have to breed the adults to check the species, because there's another two rose-feeding ones. I bred some in 1996, and Dr. Sterling bred some 2 or 3 years ago, just to make sure that we were dealing with this species. When I went there in 1996, Burnet rose was very widespread and very prominent within the vegetation. And in only small circumstances does it form a thicket, which I take to mean a uniform cover of Burnet rose, which has inhibited the growth of other plants amongst it. You will see on Friday Burnet rose growing all over the place as a component of what has been called this mosaic vegetation form. And my experience in 1996 was that it was very widespread. So I think there is a genuine dispute about exactly what status this has in terms of its spread and its thicket formation, but it is the food plant of a very rare moth. And so even if it is cleared, I don't know to what extent, then there is the anxiety that at this site, where it is commonest in the British Isles, there may be a reduction in the population size of the moth. So that was the point I wanted to make, and it focused me on invasive species, and particularly Burnet rose. Do you feel we've dealt with this before, that you now have enough information from me about that?
Proposal for Burnet rose, I suppose, removal, do you need to say on that?
Yeah, no, it has definitely increased. That was sort of made apparent to me just through the visits through the site over the number of years, chatting to my predecessor on the site from Alba Ecology, and obviously the data that I've provided. It was quite frequent in the past, but as more scattered individual shrubs, whereas it's now starting to thicken up into thickets. And interestingly, actually, you can see the impact that it's even having on access, especially if you go in from this end into the links from Embo. And speaking to some of the locals, they've pointed out that they're not really able to get along the paths anymore, and because it's quite a prickly, aggressive plant, it can quickly turn a Gore-Tex jacket into a colander, for example, as you walk through it. So it's not just having impacts on the biodiversity, it's having visible impacts on the access as well. And our control, as I say, isn't to eradicate it, it's just to try and reduce its extent.
Obscure white-barred moth, I think we're up to now. Similar, possibly, story in this. Food plants, they're very common, bird's foot trefoil, which you can find pretty much anywhere, and yet it's only found in 13 places in Scotland, one of them being here. So you suspect something else is important, and do we know what that is?
We don't know what that is. It's very strange. It's a very poorly known moth. You can find the larvae, which feed on the shoots of the food plant. It would be affected by fairway management, because the bird's foot trefoil may survive, but it wouldn't survive in a sufficiently upright and rambling form, whatever the right word is, to be appropriate. So this is included because it's a very rare moth, but also just as an example of the fact that there are many things to learn about Coul, and it would be very nice to have the opportunity to do some proper survey work on the area. My visits, I mean, I'm allowed to visit places to do what I might call focused recording, but the difficulty apparently of getting proper consideration on the site has been a little bit tricky. So my visits have not yet got to the bottom of exactly why it's so restricted within the site or within Scotland.
Anything to say on that?
Not at present.
Okay, sorry, we've rattled through that. Before we move on to other invertebrates, anything else on Lepidoptera, Dr. Young?
I would like to just summarise at the start of that about Lepidoptera, and then I'm going to pass to my colleague who will talk about other invertebrates, if that suits you. May I do so now?
And, I have no time constraints, but I understand that the constraint is on this side of the room, so
yes,
if you're both content, I'm completely content.
I do apologise. We were originally meant to be on Tuesday, which is why there's been but we'll do our very best. I just wanted to summarise. You know how many species there are. I don't want to overemphasise the rarity of these, but I do think it's entirely appropriate that I should note that of our list of species, 86 have some form of designation. Some are red data book species, either moths, macromoths or micromoths. 29 are on the Scottish biodiversity list. You understand some are listed more than once. Yeah. 3 are nationally scarce A and 19 nationally scarce B. That depends on the extent of their distribution. 37 local species. 10 are regarded as threatened, as in the Butterfly Conservation Scotland Conservation Strategy that we have here. So species such as the greyling butterfly, which is red listed on the IUCN list as endangered and has declined enormously in Britain. 92% distribution decline since the 1970s. And even something like the garden tiger, which, I'm using these examples in the hope that people will recognise these very familiar species, has declined enormously. So we have a list of many species, many of them rare, and I entirely understand that the ecological processes are important, but these, of course, are underpinning the functioning of the dune habitat. You've perhaps seen in the papers, if we lose the invertebrates, we lose the world, let alone the plants, whether it's pollination or herbivory or food for other things. So we take this extremely seriously. We are very concerned about it. We have a site which is very rich and includes a lot of very important and recognised species. And I've now said enough about butterflies, and I'm going to pass on to Dr. McCann, to Mr.
Yeah, my only point before I go to you is I didn't pick out your kind of 8 particularly important species, or the 7 on the Scottish list, as I did with Dr. Young, not because I think they're any less interest or value. I just didn't have the information to formulate any questions. So by all means, talk to us in as much detail as you think you need as to why each of those or some of those are important. Or if you want to confine it to a more general picture, I don't mind, but I'm not trying to suggest that they're of less importance.
We don't have much time, so I'll talk generally. In my hearing statement, I identify 24 species, non-Lepidoptera species of conservation concern. They're on page 7 and 8 of in table 1. Each of those species have different requirements linked to ecological niches that they live in, microhabitats available on the site. That could be the topography of the site, or the particular area where they live in, the plants that they feed on, the stage of the time of the year, as I mentioned earlier about species that live in the dune slacks need that drying species. Some are predators, so they're reliant on other insects that are on the site. Others are detritivores feeding on debris and mud and leaf litter and so on. And so there's a wide range of them. They have the Scottish biodiversity species. There's 7 of those, including Fonseca seed fly, which we'll come on to. For some of them, we don't know enough about them. As Dr. Young has explained, sometimes we just don't know why they're not more widespread. They may be they may have a common food plant or a common association with a habitat that's widespread, but they're restricted in the distribution, and we don't know the reason for that. I don't think there's much more to add to that. You've got my hearing statement, and
that's helpful. Unless you desperately want to say something, I'd rather we crack on to talk about first some specific questions I had on the implications of some of the operations that are planned, then invasive species. We've still got fragmentation, and then I do want to talk about Fonseca's seed fly. So we are pushed for time. I mean, my questions are fairly short, I think. In fact, I was suggesting some questions on mowing, but I think we'd probably, the notes that I have are from this side, and do quote me if I'm misquoting you, but I do correct me if I'm misquoting you. Fairway creation, in addition to the greens and tees, is, from the point of view of invertebrates, you would say that's habitat loss, whereas, I think I'm correct, and I'm looking at Dr. Young particularly, you accepted that there was less concern over the areas of rough, depending on how it was managed, how it was mowed, what height was left, whether things could be left. Is that fair? Mowing of fairways or to create fairways is bad, but not necessarily anything beyond that. Is that fair?
Rough comes in many different forms. I have golfed enough myself in the past to know that. Very deep rough or very natural rough, I completely concede, is much less of a problem. May I just raise something very quickly? We haven't talked at all about the paths that are going to be cut through the carry areas. But in a general sense, we just wish to say that we also recognise that may have some impact on fragmentation, and maybe is something that should be included in the reports, even if we don't discuss it to a great extent.
Yeah, no, I had noted that. I don't know if it was actually for this session, but there was talk of an edge creating effectively a fence, so it doesn't matter how wide the gap is. If something doesn't want to go beyond, then it doesn't matter, you know. So I'm aware of that issue. I'm aware of the applicant's view on that issue as well. It doesn't matter how wide the path could still be a barrier. That was all I had in terms of the physical works of creation of the course. So I want to go on to talk about invasive species, which we've had a bit of discussion about already. In fact, I don't know, looking at my questions, I think, to be honest, they've been answered already. It seems to me there's a balance to be struck between, on the one hand, the removal of invasive or species that are behaving invasively, which are valuable food plants, but at the same time potential benefits for other food plants that might arise from removing the taller species that are behaving invasively. Do you accept there is a balance? There are some benefits, potential benefits for invertebrates from controlled removal of some of these species, even if those species are themselves food plants.
I don't think we're going to change very much what was said earlier, but can I just read you something, please, from the Sand Dune Management Handbook, and the reference to it is on page 89, I think. I'll just read it to you. I don't think the applicants or ourselves are going to differ very much in what it says, and then I'll just make a comment afterwards. The quote is, "Scrub is a natural part of most dune systems, the successional stage after grasses have stabilised the sand, and part of dune's eventual journey to woodland. Scrub is often a rich habitat for wildlife, providing food and shelter to birds, reptiles, mammals and insects." So we do understand that it is a natural part of what goes on dunes. We do understand that this dune system has been altered in the past by various activities, particularly including the removal of grazing, which we very much value in these habitats. We do accept that the judicial removal of some of this scrub in some places is going to be beneficial. I hope that you feel that that is, broadly speaking, what the applicants also feel. So I just wanted to re-emphasise that point.
I'm grateful for that. Very brief response, and this is not critical. The whole passage on the left-hand column of page 89 deserves attention. I'm not being criticising you for just reading as part of it, because time is short. And it absolutely ties in not only with what Dr. McMullen has said, but what Mr. Taylor said yesterday, particularly about scrub for birds as well. Some scrub on a dune site is undoubtedly good, but scrub is often a problem. That is a quotation. So I think we are in agreement on that.
Yeah, my colleague has just pointed out, if we did provisionally set aside a slot towards the end of the month where, if we ran out of time, we could convene a sort of virtual session. So if, I'm not hoping for that, but if something, I don't want anyone to go away today feeling that you haven't had your full chance to have a say, so I'm not guaranteeing we would agree to it, but if somebody said, I desperately wanted to talk about X, and then we would bear in mind the possibility of having an extension to this session virtually. I'm not, I hope we don't need it, but it would need to be something absolutely, very important that we somehow hadn't covered. So there is that. I'm leaving that for now, but have a think about that. I want to talk about fertiliser, pesticides, herbicides. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we heard from, I think it was Mr. Haspel, and it's in his evidence as to how modern techniques can control spray drift very successfully, and it seemed to me that the concern from this side of the room was more about the potential for things to leach out of the raised greens and teas and cause undesired effect. Is that fair? Your concern is more about what happens after it's been sprayed rather than during spraying?
Yeah, that's correct. The application of chemicals onto the greens and teas and then irrigation could lead to them washing off. In particular, if we was it Monday? Yeah. Monday we did the hole by hole run through, and on hole 17 the tea was very close to one of the dune slacks. It was just above the dune slack, and if you're applying pesticides, fertilisers, herbicides, etc. onto there, then irrigating, there's a potential for that to run into the dune slack and then affect the invertebrate population that's there. I think also, in addition, Dr. McMullen's hearing statement on page 31, paragraph 1 to 3, he explains that the application of those herbicides and fertilisers will cause changes to the vegetation. The introduction of those chemicals into areas of the site could have impacts via the change in vegetation on species, invertebrate population, and on Forsythia seed flies.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. Obviously, there's always a risk with any thing we use in life, but if used correctly and at the right levels with education and training, these things can all be avoided. I think I've put in my hearing statement, I go way back with this kind of thing with pesticide, herbicide, fungicide reduction, including fertilisers and water. I'm quite confident that we can achieve what we need to achieve without any leaching of nutrient or anything else. The figures we're talking about are very low. I should also point out that herbicides are already used at Coul Links through the management plan. We heard the other day about the use on bracken and also on gorse. So there is that risk already posed. From my point of view, I don't see this, and I'm obviously on the applicant side, this shouldn't be a huge issue because we can mitigate many of the things that are put out by use of the correct equipment and correct training. I hope that answers the question.
Can I ask a question of the applicant about specific herbicides and how they're actually going to control Burnet Rose and meadowsweet? These are both suckering species. Mowing is not going to curb them. You'll find Burnet Rose coming up through your fairways as a regular problem unless you actually eradicate it, and that might need a systemic herbicide. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll apply to that, that's fine. I did omit to say that obviously the grasses we're going to use on the greens and teas are more, shall we say, disease resistant. They're already found on cool links, and obviously we don't need to go back over that ground. As for Burnet Rose and all the rest of the things, sorry, I didn't quite catch what Dr. Dargy said, but there was something in my ear. Obviously we're in a plan with Nature Scott. If they recommend to use something, we'll use it. If they don't, we won't. My understanding from Dr. McMullen, and I'm not going to overstep the mark here because I can be bullish, is that we would actually scrape some of the meadowsweet out, so you wouldn't actually kill it per se, you just start the process again. And if I've misunderstood that, Dr. McMullen, I'm sorry.
So Fonseca seed fly, last certainly not least. Simple series of questions really directed, I think, mainly towards Dr. McMullen. And it was pointed out by, I suspect it was Mr. McAdam, the issue about, well, I think first off, its status as being globally endangered. I don't think you, on this side of the table, you dispute that. Is that no? So now we're looking at the importance. It was, I think, Mr. McAdam who pointed out that there seems to be conflict in how the EIA report actually deals with this. At table B6, it says if it's greater than 1% of the European population, then the species must be regarded as international importance. We know the extent of the global area of this species, of which the site covers about 50%, and yet the EIA report goes on to conclude it's only of national importance. Does that not seem illogical?
Yeah, international generally requires a number of listings on certain designations, and I've given those in my hearing statement. But it's it's of no great importance. We certainly acknowledge its importance, whether it's international or national. We have no particular concern with either.
What weight or what significance, Mr. McAdam, do you place on the difference between regarding it as internationally or nationally important?
I think, as Dr. McMullen points out in his hearing statement, the assemblage at Coul is of national importance, but there are elements that are of international importance. I think we've got an international responsibility to maintain those populations. It's also a species that's on the Scottish Biodiversity List, so the ministers have recognised that. So I personally would put a lot of value into that species as one of international importance.
I don't want to say too much or ask too much about whether we know enough about where it is on the site and how recently survey work for it was done, because I think we've covered that already. I did have a question which relates to what the previous report has found, which was in terms of the amount of knowledge we need and how we might mitigate effects on the species. The previous report has said we consider any informed mitigation to protect Fonseca seed fly would have to be agreed and in place before any work took place and before the golf course was open for business. In other words, not leaving things such as funding PhD research to a later stage. Conclusion or the question I drew from that was, shouldn't research have been taking place before we got to this point in time, ideally, so that we could work out in terms of the layout, and possibly in terms of conditions, how to make the best of the layout fit around what we know about Fonseca seed fly. And I appreciate what Dr. McMullen said about, well, PhD research doesn't have to all come at the end, we can learn things as we go along, but surely that, after we've made a decision to grant planning permission for an internationally important species, is that even that not leaving it too late?
Well, I think you just have to proceed on the best information that you have available at that particular time. And again, we have to understand that the course itself doesn't occupy the whole of Coul links. and the whole of Coul Links is not the extent of the Fonseca seed fly either. So, so far I would say Fonseca seed fly seems the things that we do seem to know is we sort of have a rough idea, well, fairly confident, well, we can be fairly confident that it's composite flowers that support it, and also it does seem very much distributed towards the sort of foreshore, and again, that's sort of, those things seem fairly certain. So, although Nature Scott are quite keen to control things like thistles and so on, we would be quite keen to have plants like thistles and ragwort persist across the site, at least until their status is a wee bit more clear. And the course does impact to some extent on the foreshore and so on, but it's unlikely to cover the entire extent of the Fonseca seed flies distribution. I appreciate we can't guarantee that 100%, but, as we've seen before, there's often a sort of an assumption that what we're going to do is going to take place all over Coul Links and cause extirpation of plants that you simply can't extirpate anyway. And I would say it would be a similar process for the Fonseca seed fly.
Could I perhaps add to that in terms of the reasonableness of approach, which also underlay your question? Certainly, as a matter of general approach, if given the matters that Dr. McMullen has referred to, in our submission, granting permission in principle subject to appropriate conditions is an appropriate course at this stage. The funding of and the length of time a PhD student would take to undertake the work necessary, if permission could not be granted in principle in advance, it would effectively rule out a local organisation such as C4C doing that. Now, that may be the case, but in our submission that is an indication that if it is possible to provide sufficient protection by conditions, that is the appropriate course of action.
Can I just come back on Dr. McMullen's points? I agree that it's probably on composite flowers, on ragwort, sow thistle, and the like. On the distribution, the report on the surveys that were undertaken showed that the species is found on the fore-June, the mid-June, and the hind-June. The previous reporters, in their report from the previous inquiry, said that we ought to assume that it's distributed throughout the whole site when assessing potential ecological impact. The species may find a mate on the fore-June. The males may feed on flowers in the mid-June, and they may lay their eggs in another part of the site. So, it's not about one part of the site being important. There may be multiple parts of the site. We just don't know enough about the species to be able to tell where is important for it on this site. I would also to add that it's not just in the SSI. The majority of records, and including some that have been made since the survey, there's a number of records that have been made in the area where hole 14 and 15 are, just outside the SSI boundary.
Did you want to say anything in response? I think I probably understand the differences between you. Mr. Batten, I'm conscious you said, because I've got to end my questions, you said you might have something to chip in. Do you still have something to chip in?
So can I just raise a concern about Mr. Batten's questions at this stage? We had an example on Monday of him asking a question of Professor Hanson that sounded rather like a set-up question to do with MPF4, which Professor Hanson hadn't raised in his statement at all. I'm not seeking to prevent Mr. Batten raising questions, but it is friendly fire rather than unfriendly fire, and I'd ask you to bear that in mind. But I don't wish to complicate matters, but I do wish to raise that slight warning shot.
If you were intending to ask a question of those of similar opinion, then it would need to be a point of clarification that was essential that you brought out, rather than a sort of leading question to allow something to come out that wouldn't otherwise have come out. But it might not be that your intention, that you might want to raise something completely different, possibly about the Ramsar. I don't know. But
I wasn't going to ask any questions. I was merely going to observe, in respect of the seed fly, I think on your pre-agenda list you had reference to the precautionary principle in relation to the seed fly, and I was going to observe that is in NPF 4, it's policy 4D or E, I think. And in respect of the PhD, I'm grateful to Mr. Findlay for suggesting it could be dealt with in conditions. I'd observe that it's not in the Council's draft conditions as things stand. I think that was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, any comments on conditions would be welcome. It may be it's buried within another plan, of which there are many, so the Commission might require a plan, and the plan within that might contain reference to PhD. I can't remember where it is.
My reference to conditions was in terms and principle it could be. We will obviously be, we have a number of points to make about whether that's appropriate or not, but it's certainly a potential fallback if you were either going to refuse it because you didn't have the information now, or it could be dealt with by condition. My point of my submission was that it should be dealt with by condition. Whether that condition is appropriate, I wasn't making comments on that. I will do that in due course.
May I come back? Yes. On the research and the idea of a PhD, Dr. McMullen mentioned there, we sat very close to here in the inquiry, and we discussed this in detail last time, and since then there could have been research done on the species. We could have had fairly far through a PhD, but there's been no research done, there's been no new surveys done. So we're still in the same position as we were at the last inquiry, with a lack of information on what this species needs and what effect this golf course application would have on it.
Did I hear someone? Was it? Yes.
5 seconds. Comments in conditions. It's in my comments and conditions already. So, thank you for that.
Anything on this side you want to bring up before I close?
I'm going to forbear responding to Dr. McAdam. I think you'll know what it, in terms of resources, what we might say. I will say no more. I will let Mr. Campbell know what I said. I don't want to prolong it for everyone else.
Mr. Campbell, anything from you before we close? Okay, thank you all very much. Sorry it was a bit of a gallop towards the end. Just because we didn't discuss something doesn't mean I won't take it into account. There's an awful lot of written information to get through, which will all carry equal weight. But thank you all very much. Good question. Where are we now? 22 minutes past. Should we say 2:30? Is that being too generous? It's going to be quite short, I think, this afternoon. Yeah, 2:30. 2:30.
I think participants today, most people have been involved or have been around, but I will just go through things just briefly, because not everybody's been taking part. So I'll go through the introduction. We're not getting a fire drill again. We know where the fire exits are. We're in a hearing session, so again, it's less formal than a normal inquiry session. Thank you very much to everybody for submitting the hearing statements and the rebuttals in advance, which have been very handy in setting a very concise agenda, I believe, for today. But there will be some opportunity to ask some more questions on each of the points. So this session will focus upon the effects of the proposed development on plant assemblages, including SSI species. participants have all been provided with that agenda. Hopefully everybody's got sight of one. For the benefit of those following along on the interweb, my name's Stuart West. I'm joined this week by Mr. Bouyer. We have been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this application, and then we will prepare a recommendation through a report which we'll submit to them after the close of the inquiry and the closing submissions. What I'll do first of all is I'll go around the table and I'll ask parties to introduce themselves. I'll start with the applicant, as is convention. Mr. Finlay.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. My name's James Finlay, King's Counsel. I have Dr. McMullen on my right, and I have Chris Haspel on my left and Nicola Drummond to his left.
NA-270.
So, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm John Campbell. I'm also King's Counsel, and I'm the counterpart, if you like, in this part of the inquiry, the hearing, sorry. Old habits die hard. I would like to introduce to the inquiry Dr. Chris Ellis, who's sitting to my left, and also Dr. Theo Louisa and Dr. Tom Dargy, who are here in a subordinate capacity to Dr. Ellis, at least in relation to lichens. I also have the benefit of the company of Dr. Brian Coppins, who's sitting behind. And Dr. Coppins, as you know from reading, is an authority on lichens and gave evidence at the last inquiry. But I'm not, unless there's something you need to know, I'm not proposing to, in inverted commas, call him as a witness. But he's available. I think of him as a resource. So I hope that's a help. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have a third party. Don't worry about coming to a microphone if it's tricky, Mr. Batten. But
Help. Peter Batten, here in a private capacity. I don't think I have anything to contribute this afternoon. Thank you.
If at any point you do wish to contribute anything, just give me a wave. I'll keep an eye out. Please remember again that I try my best to take notes, so I may ask you to slow down just while I catch up. But I will be referring back to the recording, so don't worry if you don't think that I can possibly capture everything. I will be going back over that. As I said, it is quite a narrow agenda, so I'm hoping that we'll get through things relatively quickly. We haven't got any breaks planned, but if things are taking longer than we anticipate, in about an hour or so, we'll look to take a quick comfort break for folk. We've already covered a lot of the items that are related or adjacent to today's session in the earlier sessions, in particular habitat loss, survey methods and the overarching habitat mapping. I don't intend for us to cover that again today unless it's directly relevant or new information. But if something is directly relevant, of course, please do bring that up. Item 1 on the agenda relates to species of interest. Unless there are any questions, I'm just going to get straight into things, I think, just for the sake of brevity. Are there any questions from any party?
Do you require me to, representatives of NA-270-010-Coul have been asked to confirm?
I'll come to that in a moment. Sorry, I was just wondering if there were questions on the methodology. It's stated at Table B2 within the EIAR that none of the species mentioned within the SSSI citation have been recorded within the study area. The EIAR thereafter finds that the plant assemblage species recorded within the study area isn't evaluated as being of national importance. Can I first check with the applicant before we come on to they're agreed that that's their position? Okay, thank you very much. So I'll now, in relation to the agenda, I'll ask NA-270-010-Coul to just work its way through the subsections speaking to those questions that I've set out, if we start on point 1, and it's points A to C, after you've spoken to a given point, I'll go back across the table and just see if the applicant has anything to add, or any other people at the table. Thank you very much, Dr. Dargy.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to work my way through the citation, if I could. A problem of a citation for Lock Fleet is that Lock Fleet is made up of several components, and some species are in a different part of the site to Coul links. So I'll try to make it as clear as possible what is present at Coul, and it does depart a little bit from the description which we have here. We first of all, under salt marsh, we have common species here, which are listed. These are definitely present within the mapping which has been done by the applicant. Salt marsh grass, thrift, sea milkwort, greater sea sparrow. I'm not sure if they've mapped salt marsh rush, because this generally tends to be on the higher salt marsh, a type known as SM16, and no SM16 is present in their NVC survey. And we also have glasswort, Salicornia europea. These are easy to see, especially at the north end of Coul links, but a problem there, again with the mapping, is that much of the salt marsh area has been obscured by a category called simply tidal water in Dr. McMullen's mapping of that site. Under sand dunes vegetation, there's a reference to juniper scrub locally at Coul links. We then have a list of species, 2 of which I don't know from Coul links. It says variegated horsetail, Equisetum variegatum, and it says rue-leaved saxifrage, Saxifraga tridactylites. I haven't seen them myself there. It does name purple milkvetch, Astragalus danicus, and that is abundant, and the largest extent of purple milkvetch is in the footprint of hole 17. Moonwort, Patricium lunaria, is a species which has declined but is still present beside at least one footpath in the north of Coul links, which is a little east of the salt marsh area, which I described earlier. The frog orchid, Coeloglossum viridae, is present, to my knowledge, in the south of Coul links, and it's in dampish dune grassland adjacent to a path, and often you find frog orchid near a path. It likes a little bit of trampling, and this is just inside the SSSI boundary. Under pinewood, the reference here is to fairy lynx, and this does have a remarkable assemblage of pinewood plants, but some of these are also found at Coul links. Lesser twayblade, Listera cordata, is present within the H11 dune heath category, and I mentioned it earlier in my discussion as an epiphytic orchid growing in the thick mat of mosses underneath the shade of the heather. And then we say, in a sand where native pinewood survives, there's also the rare mat felt lichen Peltigera malacia, but this is also found at Coul links. I won't speak more on this because it's going to be covered by the British Lichen Society representatives here. We then come to the specifics of vascular plants, the vascular plant assemblage, and it names several, but 2 of these are known from Coul. One is named creeping ladies' tresses, which I found in 2018 and observed every year, I think, to 2021. but not thereafter, because that area started to flood, and that flooding may have affected it. But I've recorded it each year, and once you know this orchid, it's possible to find it because it's the only British orchid which has perennial basal leaves. You can find it in winter if you know what to look for. And then the last plant that we have here is the sea century, which is described here as on sand dunes, but it's present at cool links, and it's present in SM16 salt marsh. And I've presented a map of this, not called E158, where we have blue markings in the top right corner here. Those are 45 locations where I've recorded it, and we've probably got about 100 individuals in that population. I first found it in 2020. I went back and looked to get these records for 2024.
So is your position then that there are SSSI specified species within the study area then, yeah?
Yes.
Can I just, at that point, go back across the table? Thank you.
Yes, I have no problem with anything that Dr. Dargy said so far at all. We recognise these, as with the insects, the cool links is important for its vascular plant assemblage. Again, I just take you back to our ecological perspective. If we just let the things continue as they are, there isn't going to be an awful lot of habitat for some of these species into the future, and just as I've said before.
So, I'm sorry, this might be my naivety here. When I asked earlier, is it agreed that the SSSI specified species are absent from the study area? You meant, my first question, sorry, did you misunderstand me and think I said that they're present in the study area?
No, I thought you asked if we agreed with the national importance. Sorry, have I missed a...
I was just referring to question A there, if it's agreed that the SSSI specified species are absent from the study area. So which species in particular are absent? Is it, if you just...
All of those species are absent.
Thank you. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Dr. Dargy, thank you very much for that. If you just carry on working your way through there, that was my own. I think we just had a little confusion with that first question.
I think that concludes my statement on the citation, sir. We can move on to point B.
That would be ideal. Thank you.
Is it agreed that the management objective of the SSSI relevant to the plants only applies to species specifically mentioned within the citation? To answer, to dispute that, my answer is probably no. We have to go to the site management statement, which is NCP 17. This is a 2011 document, which is therefore a little bit dated. Now, the management objective is split into different habitat groupings. Under salt marsh, sand flats, eelgrass beds and sand dunes, salt marsh and sand dune targets for management will be relevant at cool links. And at cool links we have other species which are being brought into the description. They list sea century here as being in flooded slats and winter locks. That is incorrect. The sea century is a high salt marsh species SM16 in terms of elevation. It names moonwort, again, which I've mentioned, and the frog orchid. So Coul Links is being targeted here. Under the other material in terms of salt marsh, I note that in Dr. McMullen's work, he names a species which he found as the sea spurge, Euphorbia paralias, which I found as most strange. To my knowledge, it has no location at all on the east coast of Scotland. If it was present here at Coul Links, it has a scatter of locations on the Clyde coast and the Solway coast of Scotland. It were probably listed as potentially a Scottish biodiversity list species overall. So I would welcome some clarification from Dr. McMullen on the species, please.
Dr. McMullen, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, to be honest, just straight off the top of my head, I can't respond immediately, but I have just started switching back to using English names in the last few years to make my reports more accessible generally, and I do appreciate that sometimes I'm less familiar with the English names, so mistakes do creep in, so I would accept that. It may be a mistake, it may not be, I just don't have all the information here.
Yeah, if it's possible to just check that and then just confirm at some point, that'd be ideal if that could be passed across. Thanks.
My answer basically is to say if it does apply only to species specifically mentioned within the citation, we do have the sea century as being present at Coul, and therefore work on salt marsh and the target there is covered for that species. Item C, how non-specified species within the study area should be considered in the assessment of the application. And this really covers species which we've found since this 2011 document. I've got a list of some of these. Several are nationally scarce. These are species which have 16 to 100 locations in hectare squares around the UK. They're not on the Scottish biodiversity list normally, but they're recognised as close to being rare in the UK. One of these species is outside the SSSI, and this is the rough horsetail, Equisetum hyemale, and this is found close to Embo, but it's stated it's been known present here, but in the applicant work they haven't been able to find it. I can see it from 100 metres distance of its location because it occurs in semi-fixed dune close to the coastal edge, where it gives the dune a very dirty colour because of the amount of the horsetail which is in it. There's a published paper on this species at Embo, where the theory is posited that it was introduced by the Vikings. It's called the rough horsetail with a very high silica content, and they might have used it as a form of Brillo pad for scrubbing their pans. The other species to raise is the coral root orchid, Coral oryza. I saw this, my last sighting of it was in 1997, where the reserve warden for the Scottish Wildlife Trust showed me where a rabbit had nipped off the only head of the orchid that year. and it hadn't been seen since that occasion. But in the year 2020, a member of NatureScot staff found it further east, actually a shortish distance from hole 5 of the development, but hole 5 has been slightly changed in position such that I don't see it having a particular impact upon it. This is a remarkable orchid. It doesn't properly photosynthesize. It actually parasitizes it's not a parasite, it's a saprophyte. It's taking its nutrients from dune willow, Salix repens. This particular location, I refound it myself in 2021. I got the exact position with RTK data, and I confirmed it in 2022. I didn't look in 2023, and I couldn't find it there in 2024. And I was so depressed that I sat down and ate my lunch. I then got up, and I found it was almost under my foot. And it actually moved 4 meters and about 30 centimeters in height. And I'm just wondering if that orchid is moving away from the flooding, which is happening in that area. The other species, which is nationally scarce, which is not on these lists, is Juncus balticus. This is the Baltic rush. And that is the subject of paragraph 2 here, if I can defer to that. But in terms of finding this, Juncus balticus was already on the list for Coul, an old list which had been produced, but I'd never seen it there until 2017, when with another member of NA-270-010-Coul, Andrew Weston, we decided he wanted some training in recording a quadrat. This is the basic way in which botanists work. You put out a 2x2 area, make a list of the species, and you estimate their cover. And 5 minutes into this, he said, "What's this, Tom?" And I stared, "Juncus balticus," I said. It was a bit of a relief to us because it's also in the Ramsar citation, and I'll come to that. Following that discovery, we included it in our objection evidence. Dr. McMullen, in preparation for the 2019 inquiry, produced a list of locations. I think it might have been 13 strong. And then I tried to increase that as well. I found some other locations for it. And ever since that 2019 inquiry, we've been finding more and more of this species. And it appears to be increasing. We'll look at the details of some of the locations where we have it at the moment. But in addition to being mainly confined to the winter loch, there is a scatter outside. And this plant appears to be being distributed throughout the site by the birds, especially from their use of the winter loch. I would also like to raise a couple of bryophytes. A very fine bryologist found the St Kilda hook moss, Sanionia orthothesioides, at 2 locations in the northeast of Coul. This is a plant which is only normally found on the edges of grassy vegetation on the edges of Seacliffs. It's quite widely distributed, but not in a huge number of locations around the north coast of mainland Scotland. And it is found in semi-fixed dune in the Coul habitat. The other bryophyte that we found is the varnished hook moss, and this is Haematocaulus vernicosus, and this plant is listed on Annex 2 of the Habitats Directive. It is not in the SSSI. I indicated its position to you in maps which were submitted for your visit. It is quite widespread, but within an intermediate habitat within this particular fen situation, within areas which are flushed. Well, to me, these are other species which need to be considered in assessment. They add to the overall baseline importance of the site with the presence of the Centaureum litorale. We then build on that, and then we have outside the area this Annex 2 species. So that, I think, concludes my points, and I hand over to...
Okay, thank you very much. So going across to yourself, Dr. McMillan, I think we're aware of the ecological approach that you're going to describe, but I think I'd appreciate just hearing whether or not you agree those species are all present, if there's any contention that they're not, in the first instance, and then we'll have a quick look at whether or not there's a belief that it's the assemblage is of national importance as well, which I'll follow up with.
No contention.
So that helps things. So everybody's agreed on what's there. So the next question.
Just for your notes, Dr. Dargey's hearing statement, page 70, this is discussed. Yeah.
That's great, thank you. So the conclusion that it's not of national significance, you maintain that's the case. That was the findings of the EIA report. Is that, sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth there. That's me paraphrasing from my own notes.
Like, to be honest, I do think it's of national importance for these plants.
That's no problem at all. So in terms of these are of national importance, if they're non-specified, if I say how should this be considered in the assessment of the application by ministers, how should they be considering those? What weight should they be given to the presence of those?
Yeah, well, I think, again, it just goes back to what I've already been banging on about. You know, it is simply that, you know, these things do just now need looking after because things are changing so much. So I think they should certainly acknowledge that they're present, but certainly also acknowledge the need that these things need to be looked after in one way or another.
Thank you very much. I don't think I need to go any further on that. I think I've got a good handle on it, and I appreciate, again, the comprehensive nature of the hearing statements, which has meant that we can go through this so quickly. I would like to, if there's nothing else to be said on bullet point 1, move on to bullet point 2, in which we may be shifting to yourself. Are we shifting to yourself, Dr. Louiso, or are we? Yeah. So you'll see from this that that we're looking at the paragraph 50 of your hearing statement. It was again, this is where we were onto the Baltic Rush. I don't suppose we do need to go to yourself specifically, but what I'm interested in is, I think we've got acceptance, it's within the study area. I'm more interested in the areas where it's going to be disturbed, I suppose, and if there are any key areas where that is that we should be looking at.
Yes, so this is a species, Baltic Rush is a species that's been increasing at Coul links, and we're finding more and more populations of this nationally scarce plant. Yes, so we're finding more populations of Juncus balticus. On my short time at Coul links, I encountered hundreds, I would say hundreds, but that's an underestimate of the number of Juncus balticus at the site. I can't really comment what the impact of a Gulf. It's hard to of the Gulf development would be on the Juncus Balticus. Probably locally it would be affected, I would say. Whether it would all be affected, I'm not sure about that.
If I could come on this, Dr. Riesel has not been asked to look at all at what is within an individual part of the footprint. He was brought in basically to check my work and that of my grandson. But he's now spent quite a time at Coul, and I've given him free range in terms of his own ability to think. In my opinion, we have at least 200 point locations with Baltic Rush, and only one of those is within the footprint, and I only found it in 2024. It is within a dune slack, which is at the south end of the first fairway for hole 16. It was included in the maps for your unaccompanied site visit. And we're talking now of one bunch, and it's a smallish bunch, of Juncus Balticus, which is within the footprint, and it sits very close to a a juniper bush, which is on drier ground nearby. And I make the point here that it's within a dune slack, which is within what is hoped to be a mown fairway, but in fact we're talking of very, very steep-sided dunes in this particular location with dune slack habitat in the base. The other point which I would raise about Juncus Balticus is that it is part of the citation for the Ramsar site. That citation is not Coul/P/020. On the second page, under vascular plants, it names two: nationally scarce Baltic rush, Juncus Balticus, and seaside century, Centaureum litorale, both associated with sand dune and salt marsh habitats. Baltic rush is associated with dune slacks. I've yet to see it on salt marsh. Seaside century, to me, is confined to salt marsh. So the description here for the citation is not quite right. There is a split between these two species. We therefore have a further designation to consider. It's not just SSSI. At the moment, under present policy, the species will be treated as SSSI, as an SSSI feature. But we also know that we have another policy document before us, which might mean that Ramsar is elevated in status. I leave it there on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first thing I just wanted to check with yourselves was that instance that's within the South Fairway on 16, which is just, from my knowledge, right close to the boundary of the Triple SI. That's just below 16, isn't it? Is it at the burn? Is that where the boundary? No, have I not got? Oh, is this the boundary? I thought that's the boundary.
It's being moved west from Brentford, which are well within the Sorry. The hole 16 is well within the SSSI. It's west of the Winter Loch, and it's being moved west from its 2017 position.
Am I right in thinking that the teeing off points for that are just out with the Triple SI? Is that where I'm getting my confusion? Maybe the applicant could confirm.
Yes, that's correct. The fairway is 60 metres north of the Triple S boundary, but you're right, there are elements south of that.
Sorry for the confusion there. Yeah, it's close to the boundary, but we're saying that. So I'm just going to check with the applicant there that they agree first of all that this cluster of Baltic rush is within the boundary and within the footprint of the fairway.
Yes, obviously we haven't seen it and we can't confirm that, but we've got no reason to disbelieve Dr. Dargy. Though I would just say, if it's in a dune slack, it's quite likely that the course does miss it. As you say, it's right on the edge, and there is always going to be that couple of metres of uncertainty around boundaries, as Chris has already pointed out. Generally the slacks are avoided because they're not suitable.
Sorry, so I don't want to prejudge anything here, but if what we're saying is that if it was found at the detailed sort of, if the development were to go ahead, and if it were found at the development stage or at the surveying stage that this plant was present within an area that was to be developed, I'm assuming that mowing of a fairway wouldn't be particularly good for this species. What would the solution be, or how should we consider this?
Yeah, it would just be the same as the approach taken to the junipers in hole 16. You know, we won't be going into the slacks, and obviously, if that is the case, you know, it'll come round it. And if there is definitely a collision, then it's not the end of the world to make those sort of fine adjustments. You know, we've been quite keen to ensure some micro sighting. That's not just for our benefit, but for the benefit of protecting these small features.
So you'd be saying that there'd be an avoidance of such features. Does that provide with some reassurance, Dr. Dargy?
I do have a little knowledge of mowing and Juncus balticus, because this species is also present at Durness within an SSSI and an SAC on a golf course which was constructed quite controversially many years ago now, and one of the recurrent problems that they have is that mowing prevents some patches of Juncus balticus from actually producing seed and doing it. So it all depends what the detailed specification is in terms of the avoidance measures. But I'm not going to make a great fuss about this one. It's one plant in more than, I think, 200, and I already stated, I think, in my hearing statement that this would be regarded as significant minor significance. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Just puts things into perspective. I'll go across the table and see if there's anything else that you'd like to respond to with regard to this point on the agenda.
Just if it's not in the fairway, and it doesn't seem to be, we won't be mowing it. But nothing serious to say any further on this.
Okay, thank you very much for the input there. So now I'd move that we move to bullet 3, where we're going to focus more on the lichens. So I think just an introduction to what's present, what we're certain of, and what's potential, and then why it's so important. What's there would be very welcome, please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So I can cover those points in relation to issue 3, the contention that the best available current data suggests that Coul links is of at least national importance. So in this regard, we think there are two very important considerations. The first one is that there are guidelines for the notification of SSSIs with lichens as a qualifying feature. The guidelines are published by the UK's Joint Nature Conservation Committee in collaboration with the national agencies. So there are guidelines on SSSI designation. The process that's set out is that for a given habitat type, there are a list of notable species that accumulate into an index, And if a site exceeds a threshold in that index score, then it qualifies for and it can be proposed for notification as a triple SI. The guidelines include an index for coastal heath, also relevant to sand dune systems, which require a threshold score of 20 to qualify for triple SI status. Ferry and Coul links score 47, so they far exceed the triple SI threshold. And if we rank the scorings for coastal heath and sand dune sites nationally, if we do a ranking of those sites, then Ferry and Coul links are the second highest site, the second highest scoring site in the UK, just slightly behind Colbin triple SI. So together they make the Lock Fleet triple SI demonstrably nationally important based on the published triple SI guidelines. Importantly, as we explained in the statement, the ferry links component and the Coul links component of Lock Fleet triple SI are complementary to each other. So they have slightly different sets of species. And taking Coul links alone, it scores 37. So again, well above the threshold of 20. And by itself, Coul links is of national importance, and it would be the fourth highest scoring site in the UK, despite being the smallest of those top 4 sites. It also includes species that are specified in other triple SI citations, notably Peltidra, Malaysia. The second point we wanted to make is that it's not necessarily unusual for triple SI citations not to include a specific mention of lichens. The citation for Coul links mentions nationally important vegetation and habitats, and we'd argue that the lichens are implicitly nested within that. So conservation in practice will often proceed with an assumption that if you're protecting the vegetation, if you're protecting the dynamic nature of the habitat, by default you're protecting a lichen interest. And we think that's a really important point that was recognised by the reporters in the public inquiry, who in their decision making they strongly identified lichens as being a relevant feature of the vegetation and affected by change to the habitat structure of the site.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've took the key points there, and as I say, I will refer back to. I've taken the key points enough to frame questions should I need them. But what I'd like to do, first of all, unless there's anything to add at this stage, is go across the table just for a response on that in the first instance.
Yeah, no, the applicant totally agrees with Dr. Ellis, and appreciate too the differences between ferry and Coul links as well. So I was really pleased that those were touched upon. But again, sorry to be really boring, but it goes back to our ecological perspective, and we've already discussed about the bare sand patches and how in those photographs that are provided in my hearing statement you can see those disappear. So I would actually point out that the lichens are probably one of the species groups that will benefit the most from management of Coul links, getting those airflows working again, getting that sand moving around, getting those early successional stages opened up and more extensive. You know, as Chris pointed out, it's very much a figure plucked from the air to some extent in the dune management handbook, but that's 7% bare sand, and as we'll see on Friday, we're 1 million miles away from there. And indeed, most of the heath now west of the plantation, where the lichen interest is the strongest, those bare sand patches are practically non-existent now, and the very few that are being colonised by gorse, and the remainder is buried under heather. So I think there, I don't know if Dr. Ellis is joining us on Friday. No, but it would allow us to at least. We can still discuss it in general terms, but just to conclude, the lichens are probably one of the species groups. Well, are probably the species group that will benefit the most from management and the creation of bare sand, etc.
So before I go back specifically on that, I suppose I'd be interested to hear what the greatest impacts could potentially be from the development in terms of the lichen collection, the assemblage. Now, I'm aware that as you said, the report has identified it as a key matter previously, and I know that that's shaped the revision of the course, and the submissions are that the most sensitive areas have now been avoided. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you. So the British Lichen Society was invited to conduct some survey work around the redesigned golf course, and there were still instances where Peltigerum malacia, for example, which is endangered. It's a UK BAP species. It's on the Scottish biodiversity list. There are still populations of that species within the footprint of the current application, so they were of concern. More generally, though, about the kind of ecological perspective, many of the species of interest, and I'm sure you've heard this during the week, they're occurring in places where there's been a disruption to the vegetation, and they're at that point when the sand surface is starting to stabilise, but before they're overtopped by the encroachment of vascular plants and heathland. So they exist in these very ephemeral patches, small ephemeral patches that pop up across the site. And there has to be a sufficient number of those patches in order for them to move effectively around the site, living these ephemeral lives, colonising the patch and then moving to another open patch. So it's a delicate balance for many of the species. And we're very uncertain, really, about how many of those patches are necessary and how frequently they might need to be created. We have a site at the moment where there's very large populations of, say, Peltigerum malacia. We were on the site yesterday. We could find it quite easily in certain places. And that gives us, from our perspective, that gives us something to work with. It gives us a strong foundation to move forwards in managing the site. The concern is that if you stabilise areas of the site with fairways and holes, and you effectively create barriers to these populations that already exist on the site, and you can introduce management in between those areas to try and soften the impact, but I think it's still it's risky, because it's a bit of an unknown as far as we're concerned as to how effective that might be.
And in terms of your knowledge or experience of other sites where there are important collections, are you aware of management plans that can effectively preserve those?
I'm not aware of a links golf course that maybe has been in existence for a certain amount of time. Well, I'm not aware of a links golf course that scores the threshold for the designation of a triple SR. Can I just consult with Brian?
No, there's none.
No, there aren't any. No.
Okay, so I'll go across and see if there are any comments at this stage that the applicant's team would like to make. There's no rush at all if you want to have a look at a document before coming back.
Well, I can just very quickly respond, just now on one aspect at least. These small ephemeral patches, they're just not there, as we've already discussed. You can see that in aerial imagery, and we'll see it on Friday. Whether or not, whatever the number is, they're just disappearing, they'll disappear. And I'll also point out, the reason why the site is called Grey Dunes is because it, by and large, has already stabilised, and that stabilisation is being added to by the extent of the gorse scrub and the woodland and so on. As I pointed out already, they're stabilising sand and so on directly. also create what's called a boundary layer, so it reduces the wind speeds down. How's that? Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so just to quickly recap, the gore scrub and the birch woodland are both impacting upon the airflows across the dune system. And those airflows are actually quite important. They aren't just carrying the sand, of course, they're also carrying the lichen squamules that allow them to disperse. And also, too, you can just imagine they're a little bit like a mesh or a net, so, as well as slowing down the wind speeds, they're also going to be filtering out anything that travels across. And it would actually be quite interesting to look at the distribution of the peltage area in relation to the woodland. Is it upstream of it, well, upwind of it, of the trees? Is it downwind of the trees? It's mostly actually downwind of the trees, if you think most of the big storms that seem to do the damage are coming in from the east and the north. And I would also point out, the site already is stabilised. That's why it's referred to as grey dunes. They're the older, sort of more mature dunes that have been leached. And so on. So again, it's just to re-emphasise that's a large part of what we'll be planning to do, is to start that dynamism back in, get a bit of sand blowing around and so on, in these bare patches that will support the metapopulation of some of the lichens, such as Peltageria, for example.
I think taking that on, you may want to add more. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on invasive species in relation to these ephemeral patches, and if you would agree that species such as gorse or the species that have been identified and observed out on the links could be encroaching upon those spaces, or if it's a moving system where as one place is overcome, another one opens.
Yeah, sure. I completely agree with, I think Dr. McMullen and myself are in agreement about what the lichens need in terms of disturbance and this kind of patchy matrix. And that includes, for example, the removal of gorse in areas to break up the, to sort of set back that successional process, if you like, to break up the vegetation and provide those opportunities. I think the disagreement is how we move forward with the site. So, and the level of risk involved in two different pathways. So, do we move forward with the site as it is now, and we make changes to from the site as it is now as a baseline, and we introduce those kinds of those disturbances going forward? Or do we build a golf course and then kind of engineer those disturbances into the kind of golf landscape? And just from our perspective, one holds an awful lot of risk and uncertainty, and the other we feel more confident about the outcomes for biodiversity.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've heard a similar discussion about different species and things over the past few days. I will invite you if you want to respond. I know we've spoken about a do-nothing approach, we've spoken about a restoration, and I think everybody seems to be of the view that management of the site is needed. That's not in disagreement at any point by anybody. We're obviously considering a proposal that's before us. So, can I ask, on the site visit, Dr. McMullen, you have familiarity with these species. Whilst we did do a self-guided visit, we are not expert ecologists or botanists, and any advice or people just pointing out certain things on site is very useful for us. Will there be people from both parties tomorrow that can highlight some of these species to us so that we can appreciate the environments and these patches that you're talking about?
Not tomorrow, but Friday.
Not tomorrow, Friday, exactly. We're not going on our own. Is that the case, though? On Friday there will be parties that can show us these?
If we come across Peltigia and Malacia, I can do that, but for some of the other rarer lichens, no, I'm still a beginner.
Well, that's appreciated. Is there anything more that I did preempt a response there, I suppose? Is there anything more that you would like to say to the matters that were raised there in that last section? Okay, and is there anything more in relation to item 3 on this section of the agenda from Not Cool? Point 3, I should say.
So I just add that one of the main disturbance features at the moment that is maintaining this healthy population of Peltigia and Malacia is rabbits. I don't know how that plays into golf course management, but I'll just put it out there.
And rabbits, the impact that rabbits have, just for my own understanding, if you were talking of an underground environment, I'd probably be more familiar with what they do. But what impact do rabbits have on the population?
They create scrapes in the vegetation, so it's not necessarily just burrows. They create little sort of hiding places and sort of semi-burrows that they can use as refuges. And those are ephemeral and they're moving around, and you often see some of these rarer species where there might be older scrapes and the vegetation is starting to recolonize. Yeah. So currently, the rabbits seem to be very important in creating this, breaking up the vegetation. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Haspel?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a massive rabbit population up here. I take your point, and that's one of the reasons why maybe we need to set in a little bit and start some of those scrapes going. Dr. Dargy will remember when they died out, but what we can do with you guys is show you the old rabbit scrapes, which describe what Dr. Ellis is describing.
Very useful, thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Weir.
It won't be a very good question, but just I just wanted to check you if you're content that we have sufficient information on where the lichen is on the site, bearing in mind that it appears to favour these open patches. It was a couple of days back when we were talking about what survey work had been done, and there was an NVC survey which Dr. McMullen said really is looking at the top layer of vegetation. I was thinking, does that mean there could be lichen hidden under other things that would then be missed? But it sounds to me that isn't a risk, or is it?
No, it is a risk, yeah. So phase 1 habitat survey or NVC mapping won't detect the presence of, it's a very, when it comes to the lichens, it's a very blunt tool. So there's incomplete information about the distribution and the density of different lichen species across the site, for sure.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything that the applicant wants to say to that, or are we happy with that?
No, that's fair, and it just reinforces what I've said it a number of times. An MVC survey or a phase 1 habitat survey are not the same as a floristic survey. They don't have that same.
On that point, I know the council's ecologist, council's obviously supportive of that application, but the council's ecologist was calling for a condition to secure a lichen survey, and it's in the list of conditions that are proposed. Would that not be too late? Or, would it be wrong for ministers to rely on that? So, in other words, to grant consent with that condition attached, would that be sufficient, or is that, do you need to know before the consent were granted where the location is?
I guess, sorry, if I understand, can I just check I understand the question? Yes. So it would be a lichen survey of the site that would then be combined with other available information to come to the decision.
This would come after ministers had decided to grant permission, so they were committed to the permission, but it would inform a habitat management plan, I think. So they couldn't change their mind. Whatever the survey discovered, the applicant would have its permission, and it would, if you like, if it turned out to uncover some lichen in places that were previously unknown, the draft condition says, do a survey, submit a report to the planning authority, including details of mitigation required and detailed enhancement measures that must be incorporated into a habitat management plan. So there'd be no going back on the permission. It would be kind of making the best of what you discovered. Would that reassure you? Or?
So if permission was granted, a lichen survey would certainly be helpful in thinking about mitigation and management moving forwards. Yeah, absolutely.
If I could come in just on one point, we do already have information that nationally important lichens are within the footprint of the development, which is before the examination. At Hole 2, we have locations which I think in the British Lichen Society have submitted. And adjacent, very, very close, we have another population of the Peltigerum malassea. I don't have the document numbers before me, but it was the material which was included in the survey done in 2024.
Yeah, it's in document NCE80. So we do have a certain amount of information about the distribution of the lichens, and as Dr. Dargy said, particularly around Hole 2, those have been mapped and compared to the footprint of the course.
And in terms of, any impacts or any loss is obviously not a trifle. What, just for my own understanding, what proportion of the known assemblage are we talking about here on the site?
It's very difficult to say, but there does seem to be and I think that would be the value of the lichen survey. But the area around Hole 2 does appear to hold a density of populations of Peltigerum malassea. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
As a proportion, though, of its distribution across the whole site, it's very, very hard to give a percentage. Yeah.
But in terms of a proportion of the known distribution?
In terms of the proportion of the known distribution, I don't have that figure to hand, but I could get it to you.
That'd be ideal, thanks. It's just so that we understand what we're talking about here in terms of as a percentage of what's there, because if it represents 90% of the known distribution, or if it's 1%, any loss is obviously significant. However, the extent of that significance or the magnitude of that, is there anything that, in particular, in relation to Hole 2, any assurances or anything that could alleviate the fears of?
I think in terms of Hole 2 and indeed any other hole, the idea of the lichen survey, which was welcomed, as I understand it, would permit, insofar as possible, and I accept there's a limitation on it, micrositing to avoid it. And that's exactly the sort of issue that can be taken into account by Eco and Nature Scott when micrositing is in place and can be put into a management plan. So we've been over micrositing and its limitations, which I accept there are, but it's exactly the type of indication where potentially micrositing can help at the very least. I can make further submissions on that, and it would be useful to. We'll look forward to getting the figure that you asked Dr. Ellis for.
Okay, thank you very much. Unless you have another question on this, I'm happy to ask the people at the tables if they've got any more points in relation to item 1, the things we've already discussed today that they'd like to raise before we move on to item 2.
Oh, no, my apologies, mate. Jumping ahead of myself.
Okay, so item 2 is where parties are going to be, because we've had such a narrow agenda here, which you'll appreciate was very focused questions because there was significant submissions that answered a lot of our questions. Item 2 is just going to give parties an opportunity to respond to any of the matters raised within the hearing statements or rebuttals that haven't already been addressed, that you haven't already included within your submissions, just to make sure that we have a full airing of that. I'll start with the applicant.
Yeah, the only point I want to raise, and Dr. McMahon may have another, is to come back to the first question, but this seems to be an appropriate time to do it. It refers to table B2 of the EIAR, which, in my understanding of B2, it's just a summary of the SSSI features. It doesn't actually state whether they're there or not. The reference to the EIAR thereafter appears to be to 6.5.3.4, where it does say that the plant assemblage species recorded within a study area is not evaluated as being of national importance. The citation refers to, let me see if I can bring it up, a variety of vascular plants, for instance, and then it goes on to give examples such as in Appendix B5, which is the Dr. McMullen's work, he says in 3.6, by reference to the statutory designations, that it refers to the SSSI, and the former is designated for, amongst other things, vascular plants. All of these are associated with cool links, he says. So it's a long-winded way to come back to say that his answer to you, that there are those plants which are specified in the citation, there's no inconsistency with the answer he gave and his actual findings. I accept, which I will deal with in closing, the summary of that in the EIR, which I think was STRI, doesn't faithfully reflect that.
Well, that adds a lot of clarity, thank you. Are there any other matters relating to the items that have been submitted in relation to this topic area? I'll ask I'll ask Not-Coul first of all before I go to our third party.
No, I think we're content. Thank you.
And Mr. Batten, is there anything on this? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. I think we have something of a record, and that's not to diminish the importance of the topic today, but it's welcome relief after a few long sessions. Give us plenty of time to prep for tomorrow. I'll maybe just have a quick chat, if that's okay, just in relation to witnesses tomorrow, because I'm aware we've got quite a lot coming in, so it's just so that we can help, if we can, about seating arrangements to make sure that we can get as many people as possible to the table. And with that, I'll close today's session. Thank you.